bit of information if they choose to hit the ring console. They're actually going to rotate down to the south at the Shopify Rebellion, back over to where that action was taking place, though. You can see Libel Ace has taken to the sky, as Hot Dog Mafia and VP will have a look at each other, and Falcons will have a look at Hot Dog Mafia, respectively. Another portal going to be going down. Fnatic now in this fight. Yuka's trying to peek, but he might be over-peaking, but a little bit of that movement once again keeps him alive. Oblivion, eliminated, and Fnatic win the fight.
Fnatic are finding points. They are keeping their hopes alive as they diminish others, but now Libel Ace has to escape, has to get back, because now Citadel are looking to try and push up on that position that Oblivion were unable to hold. Boogie Boarders also will be going out, so that's 2 more teams confirmed in the elimination bracket round 2. Oblivion and Boogie Boarders, we'll see them later on today.
Got to give a huge amount of credit to Libel Ace. I thought he was going to get caught out, separated from his team, but on the Valkyrie, you know, the speed of those jets now very different to what it used to be. You can be a real nuisance and difficult target to try and take down. He gets back to the support of his teammates, and now Citadel Gaming will retreat over to the IMC Armory. That's where they started things off, and that's where they're going to have to retreat to. He's 36. Have a look at VP down that low ground, who I think might be down to a 2.
They were a 2. They've just respawned their 3rd. They are going to be back up to a full 3. MT was very much in his crypto drone. Hot Dog Mafia just got eliminated, by the way. They're in 2nd place, though, so they're going to be absolutely fine. We will still see them in the match point finals. But look how tight it's getting. Virtus Pro starting to catch up Wolves Esports, who have been eliminated from this lobby. Can they hold on, or will someone take that coveted place in the top 10?
By the way, Rambo might have a little surprise for everyone tomorrow on that main stage. He was telling us that
Got a surprise.
He might have a uniform. So I'm saying, tune in tomorrow. Hot Dog Mafia will be there on our main stage.
The VP do escape as a 3, but they're going to have to try and reposition. You can see they're kind of scattered at the moment, just trying to find a place to play in these trenches, because it is going to continue to pull in the middle of the trenches. It's not going to pull away up to TSM, for example. And it's such a difficult place to hold, especially no Newcastle, no Caustic either, no Rampart available for these teams. Instead, Watson is about the most coverage you can get in terms of protecting yourselves here.
Citadel Gaming will be safe inside of this building. Currently looking at Unlimit, who will not be safe. Alliance also taking that armory position away from where Citadel were a few moments ago, but they're not going to be too safe. They might be just about safe in the corner of it, but not really the kind of space you want to be playing in a Game 6. Grow Gaming, as the zone starts to close, start to output pressure through damage. Nox is going to have some responsibility with that riot drill to do exactly that.
And everyone is within this zone, but there might be a scuffle between Citadel and Unlimit, the 2 closest teams at the moment. Alliance are also having a couple of pop shots over towards Shopify Rebellion. But the zone is just forced maybe 2 or 3 teams a little bit closer together. Elsewhere, everyone else has found a spot. Now here is what I was talking about. Unlimit surrounding Citadel, who are inside.
Keep your eyes on Shopify Rebellion here. They are in a horrible pinch as well. The kill feed will tell you everything you need to know about that, and they will be eliminated. Back to Unlimit, though, on your screens. Still trying to get that first knock, still trying to get that damage down. Unlimit, of course, in 16th position at the moment. They need this, and they need it bad.
Holding at the moment, not allowing anyone to press up those stairs and just avoiding any utility that will arrive from Citadel Gaming. And the winner of this fight will have the southeast side, but then you've got to fight through Go Next when you arrive into the zone. But a fight that's a big swing for both teams.
Big swing coming in from Citadel Gaming, but it doesn't pay off for them. Fences are down. Citadel might fall here. Oh, but here comes Gen G out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Gen G wants some of this. Citadel are eliminated, and Unlimit might be next. Peace, last survivor. He's down as well. Gen G will win the battle of the building.
Peace out. And we will see Citadel Gaming and Unlimit in the elimination bracket round 2 as they fall out of this lobby. Just to go back to a previous elimination, Shopify Rebellion, 36 points out of the lobby, but will they be safe? There is only 4 teams left in the bottom 10 to potentially overtake them. As we see them drop, maybe Shopify Rebellion have done enough at 36. It is Wolves Esports, the most vulnerable at 34.
Shopify Rebellion, terrified as well. 36 points for them, and they are watching from the spectator screen. VP alive, Fnatic alive, Supernova alive. All of them have the chance to make match point finals a reality for themselves in this game. But a lot of work still to do. And of course, 36, they're a little bit more comfortable here on 37 points in 6th place. But a few KP will certainly make them feel even more comfortable here.
All Shopify Rebellion need to see is 2 more teams in that bottom 10 eliminated, and then they would be safe and into match point finals. TSM taking a fight, TSM eliminated, but they were on 47 points. But the good news is Fnatic still alive and still putting points on the board into the top 10 now.
P20 is in the hands of Yuka as well. Only a couple of cells to play with. They need to find some sort of shields from death boxes surrounding them. And of course, 36 exit with Force in the lobby as well. They will be good by the looks of things for match point finals. Falcons now being pressurized in towards zone. Imperial, how is the last alive, has to play behind this knockdown. And will just about manage to do so. It's a 1v1 actually between How and Nox in this position. Gen G have just been eliminated. They should be good for match point finals. But everybody else still being alive, it feels like if you win this game, you might give yourself a chance, Dan.
It is still keen eyes on both Virtus Pro, Fnatic, and Supernova, with an outside chance, a very big outside chance of SAUL. Grow Gaming just eliminated. They're on 36 points. Again, they'll be biting their nails, but that puts Virtus Pro up into 10th place. Wolves Esports down into the elimination bracket round 2. They will not survive. That push was not worth it in the end.
Fnatic in 12th. 5 points behind Grow Gaming, who are out of the lobby, remember. VP still in. And Fnatic safe inside of these trenches. Go Next, though, that's the worry for them. Go Next will have the high ground, but it's such a risk, and Go Next are making that move up onto the position. VP on your screens right now, into the top 5 we find ourselves.
Into the top 8 now.
Look at the passion from Lou, by the way.
Shopify Rebellion have just dropped down into 9th place. Grow Gaming down into 10th. Fnatic and Supernova could still ruin the day of Grow Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. And still, I'm gonna say it, SAUL are still alive, but they would need to get every single kill left in this lobby. Looking unlikely for them, but it's the hometown heroes of Fnatic. Just 4 points away from catching up Grow Gaming now. A few more kills, a couple more placements. Can they make the Sapporo Dome erupt for them?
VP under pressure here, trying to deal with SAUL stuck behind this pill. Jesco a little bit isolated himself. Slayer doesn't fancy it. He jumps into the void and returns to the safety of his 2 teammates. EMP start going off. Fnatic are under pressure here. Live Blaze is down. Yuka has to jump into the void. We'll be safe. Go Next might not be. He's on his own. The P20s are singing, but Fnatic are eliminated. They will be in the elimination bracket. They will not make it directly to match point finals.
And it's now just down to Supernova to try and send themselves into the match point finals. They need to win here.
Supernova could be drinking champagne at the end of this one. Luke gets absolutely ripped. Hardeki goes down into 2v2. And now it's a 1v2. MT the last hope. Supernova from 11th to match point finals. They make it happen in the last game here.
They send Grow Gaming down into elimination bracket with that win. Virtus Pro know that they also got the job done. It was so close in the end. The cutoff, 36 points. 11th place, 36 points. Grow Gaming and Shopify Rebellion merely separated by a tiebreaker. And it just means more Apex for any of these teams in that bottom 10. But look what it means to Supernova as another wry smile is cracked by Hardeki. The cheeky devil himself finds himself in yet another match point finals.
I mean, he's known as the Grim Reaper, but I'm down for a rebrand of the Grin Reaper. I think that smile is just, there's something about it. It's like, who's next? It just screams, who's next? Talk about excitement, talk about drama, leaving it to the last game and having to win it. That's exactly what Supernova found themselves having to do, and that's exactly what they managed to do. For other teams, though, a little bit of heartbreak, but at the same time, tough to kind of get out of that heartbreak as quickly as possible because they've got 6 more games to play.
The funny thing was, in that final zone, Supernova just needed 1 point. In theory, if they finished one of those knocks on the floor, they would have done it, but there is no way you would know that in the moment. So in their eyes, it was just focusing on the task at hand. Win the game, go to match point finals, jobs are good. And Virtus Pro also found themselves in match point finals with a 16 points. Go Next put 15 points on the board to solidify not just match point finals, but 2nd place in the POI draft as well.
You remember, they were in 9th at the start of that game. That's a crazy jump up for them.
Great effort from both S8UL and Fnatic to try and keep their hopes alive, but sadly they will be competing in the elimination bracket. Falcons did solidify their spot as #1 seed in the POI draft for match point finals. Alliance also will be competing in them on Sunday as well. But as we look back at Supernova's journey, maybe it was looking a little bit dicey after the 17th place finish in match 5, but they got the job done. A 20-point game in match 6 to give them what everyone was searching for in this lobby, a chance at glory.
And you're looking at the EMEA representation once again, Damien. You're looking at match point finals and who's made it through. Looking pretty healthy for the region, who may be under a little bit of pressure in the last few months. Those 3 gentlemen certainly will be enjoying the opportunity tomorrow to make it through and have a chance at winning the whole damn thing. This is the series results. Your top 10 on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be here tomorrow. They will be on that main stage. They will be in your match point finals. Team Falcons, Go Next, TSM, Hot Dog Mafia, VP, Alliance, Supernova, Gen G, Enter Force 36, and by the skin of their teeth, by the hairs on the chinny chin chin, Shopify Rebellion make it as well.
By a tiebreaker for Shopify Rebellion. Sadly, Grow Gaming miss out, as do all of the other teams on that right-hand side. But remember, they will be competing still here after this series in the elimination finals. And remember, Grow Gaming will go into those elimination finals as the #1 seed. They will get the #1 pick in the POI draft. Speaking of #1 pick, Team Falcons will have that in the match point finals as they discuss, they assess, and maybe start to begin planning, well, where do we want to be on every single map? Because remember, in match point finals, we're playing all of them.
We certainly are indeed. And as we take a look at Go Next as well, an org that's had a lot of success here in Sapporo with the different rosters, with different players. But certainly looking to do something very similar would go down very well with that organization.
Can you imagine?
I would believe. And certainly back in EMEA, it will be celebrated as well. But what a fantastic set of games that was. The fact that we had that incredible run for Supernova in that final game really just put the cherry on top of what was a very delicious cake for us to cast over. Fantastic stuff.
A very kind of difficult situation for a lot of those teams who were just desperate to clamber for a few more points. Fnatic so close in those moments as well. If you had been able to survive, get an extra couple of kills, maybe they could have been that team going to match point finals. But now they're going to have to dig deep, go into that elimination bracket and try it all over again. Yeah,
it's a tough one. Like I mentioned previously, it's like the disappointment hits you like a, like a train. It's a tough one when you're so close to making match point finals, and then you have to deal with that disappointment. And then you've got like a few minutes, and then you're back on the main stage again, and you're playing for another opportunity to make it to match point finals. New teams, new POIs. It's a really quick turnaround to try and get over that mental hurdle and back into the game, so to speak, mentally. It's a really tough challenge for them.
On the flip side, for the teams that were able to progress from elimination bracket round 1 earlier today, and now have had this, several hour period where they've had to wait in the wings to get back on the sticks again, or the keyboards, of course, and now they go into the POI draft. So you don't get much chance to kind of reset, really. You're going to have to stay in that moment, stay active, and be prepared to go yet again here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure, and again, it's one of those things in a tournament you just have to learn to adapt to, Dan. And after these games, after the 6 are done and dusted, we do have our 10 teams in our match point final. And if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Gaskin, I believe that everyone is ready to talk. Oh, we're back. Hello, everyone. Everyone on the desk is ready to break it down because that was a lot of fun. We got 6 games more to come today, but let's talk about what we just saw.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. It was a great closeout of a set that is going to be very, very important to a few teams, especially the ones who will find themselves sitting pretty on Sunday. And for the teams that have to keep on playing, narrow misses like Fnatic that we just saw as Supernova took that win. But as I welcome you back, we've got some new faces as well. Maybe not new to the ALGS scene. Of course, Snipe Down is here, but I'm joined by Imperial Hal and Rambo. Guys, welcome.
Hello. How you guys doing? Glad to be here. Glad to be here.
It's good to have both of you. This is kind of a new thing we're doing, but we wanted to just jump right into it. Get your thoughts. Hal, this has been a big day for you. A lot of the stories coming into this was kind of you splitting and owning this IGL role with Falcons again. And now I feel like this is a moment that you probably are looking forward to finally relax, I would say. You've made it to finals, but how do you feel coming out?
Definitely not relaxed at all.
Job's not done.
Yeah, job's not done. Very high expectations from everyone. I keep getting, like, it's kind of weird because before every set the last 2 days, like even today, I've been having like the urge of throwing up, and I don't know if it's because I'm sick or because of the pressure. I think it might be the pressure. But there's definitely no relaxing at all. I thought we were gonna lose first those last 3 games because it was like impossible, I feel like, most of those games. But we did farm enough on World's Edge to kind of I think we might have won, honestly, just off of World's Edge games.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Third, second place, then first place. You guys finished with a big banger. And I think ultimately, like, Snipe, we were watching that as well. The way that they approached these fights, just from our perspective, felt like there was a level of being dialed in that was hard to describe, but they just had it.
Yeah, I mean, this Falcons roster, we've obviously talked about how incredible they are, every single one of them. And for us watching, I mean, you guys started the tournament off as hot as you possibly could have. I mean, you had, what, 25-plus 27 kills in that first series. Of course, you're going to correct me with that. But, yeah, you guys kind of slowed down a little bit in the second set and then into the third set. And then to come out here as an IGL, do you, like, now that you are having that IGL roll back, do you feel different going into these sets compared to having someone else take over now that you are back in the reins? Do you think that has anything to do with it, or how does that go for you now?
I think it's the same, honestly. Like, it's honestly more fun to me. I feel like I'm more invested because, I'm the IGL now. Compared to taking the back seat, I feel like we win the game, and now it's just like, okay, next game.
I was about to say, when we teamed, one of the number one things you always said is that you would rather be at the reign because if you lose, you want to, take that yourself and be the one to, hold the accountability rather than giving someone else the reins to do that and then feeling like you could have done more. Is that kind of why you kind of stepped back into this role in a sense as well?
Yeah, it's just, well, it was, I don't know. Like the situation with Zero, it was like, it wasn't working out, and I don't really trust anyone else except Zero to IGL. So I was like, okay, if he's leaving or whoever's leaving, I'm going to have to IGL again, right? So, that's basically it. So I still had confidence in myself. I didn't really like join Zero because I didn't have confidence in myself to IGL anymore. I think it was just like the perfect opportunity, and the only way for it to make it work is someone has to step down. Yeah. So that's what I did. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword with IGLing. It's, sometimes it's really bad, sometimes it's really good. So.
Well, you get to own all of it, and I think we've seen that so far. You may not be relaxed, but I think can be at least happy that your results have gotten you where you are so far, sitting in match point finals. I want to turn our attention to our man sitting patiently at the end of the desk here, standing rather, Rambo. What a journey this has been. I remember seeing you guys make a run in the Open earlier on this year, thinking, is this going to be the resurgence of Rambo? Didn't quite work out in New Orleans, but now that we're here in Sapporo, things have more than worked out. You guys have clicked in a way that I think people keep going, can they do it again? Can they do it again? And yes, you guys can. What's working so well for you? And just what's the impact of knowing you're top 10, you're in winners, you're in match point finals tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, this has been like an absolute journey for me. This is my first LAN finals in, golly, I think 3 years.
Yeah.
So, I always have confidence in myself, but, you get to a certain point where you wonder, man, can I still, like, do this, Yeah. So, it's definitely a little emotional for me to get back there, but to answer your question about clicking, I really don't know, honestly. Like, we were not playing very good in scrims at all. I think Hal will tell you. We were definitely a troll team for a little bit.
Hot dogging a little bit?
Yeah. We were the meme team in scrims. So, I don't know. I think all of us, we don't really feel any pressure at LAN.
Yeah.
I think definitely for myself, too, I don't ever have any nerves at LAN. I felt like I always play better when I'm, like, in front of people and stuff like that. So I think really just the clicking part is we're just playing in person now, really.
I want to dive deeper into that feeling of emotion that you brought up. What does this mean to you to be here? What part of your personal journey is colliding here with your professional journey? And put a few words on that for us.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think part of the emotion part is, not to get like too, sad or anything, but, my dad passed away, last year. And he was the one that, bought me my, PC to able to, go pro in Apex and compete at the highest level. And I always wanted to get back to like a LAN finals, you know, for him, like, and so to finally be there, you know, I feel like I got like a guardian angel watching over me in a sense. So yeah, it's very emotional. I'm very excited. You know, like Hal said, job's not done though. You know, I'm not just, you know, here to just make finals. You know, I wanna do well. So, you know, to be the best, you got to take out the best right here.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just overall super excited, super happy, and yeah, see everybody tomorrow.
That's an exciting, exciting feeling. Thank you both for sharing kind of what's on the minds here. I know the fans at home watching, we're excited to hear a little bit behind the scenes as well. Let's take a look at our standings and bring up where we stand after today's series results in our winners lobby. Falcons lead the group with 60 points. It was an early 3-2-1 finish in the first 3 games. It kind of was clear who was going to take the top spot then. But some late runners from Go Next to bump into second place. Not the Go Next who won last year, but Hirka and Kinda, Hinchman, and Light doing a lot in those last few games. Maybe the biggest story, though, was Supernova having 20 points that they got in that final game, winning another Game 6, which they did yesterday to make it into 7th place, sniped down. And, of course, TSM, a very quiet but very, very effective game. Panic Apex having a couple of nice moments, and that team with Dupe and Gent just really meshing at the right time.
Yeah, I think that TSM roster specifically is incredibly fun to watch. If you guys haven't taken time, anytime the screen shows Panic's screen, him on Alter, him on Wraith, he's one of the most active players and aggressive players. You know, he's always looking for the kidnaps. He got a double kidnap at one point to get them a bunch of kills. And his Wraith plays, he doesn't use his Q defensively. He will use it to get into the fight, get behind a team, and then one-clip 1 or 2 people, and he just opens up the door for the rest of his team. And then Dupe's passion, everything about that team. You have Gent as the calm one, which is hilarious. The dynamic on that team is all over the place. But honestly, for them, it seems like they're picking up their stride right now. And overall, I mean, they've had a very successful weekend so far.
They certainly have. All right, before we get into what's coming up next, because we do have another set on the horizon, I want to get a few final words just from Hal and Rambo, what they're looking forward to. In terms of tomorrow, you get to sit back and relax. Anything you normally, you know, you've been in winners in match point finals before, so you usually have this night off. Rambo, you're getting back to the first time. What's the plan? Just going to watch the games, relax? I'll start with you, Hal. What's the expectation?
Tonight, definitely going to watch the games, but, you know, more so probably like trying to plan for the draft, because that's very important since we have first pick. We do have a little curse on first place winners bracket. Nobody has ever won match point.
That's right.
First place in winners bracket, but we've changed things before in the past.
Could be the first.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, winning from loser bracket. So just prepare for draft, watch the games, and yeah, just nothing new. Honestly, like same thing as always, every other LAN.
Yeah, Rambo, more of the same?
Yeah, a little bit more of the same. Watch the games. You know, look up on the zones and stuff. Zones have been kind of similar lately, so just kind of see what is going on there, and then eat some good food, some good ramen. Maybe have an adult beverage or 2.
Easy to do in Sapporo, huh?
Easy to do here. Not too many though, because I still got to play tomorrow. But definitely enjoy myself a little bit with my girlfriend, and yeah, looking forred to tomorrow.
Birthday brothers as well, I gotta say, at the end of the hall there. So I'm excited. We started the morning sitting next to each other at breakfast, and now ending my evening at least here as we close out the day. Okay, coming up for you, you guys do have one more set. It's been a long one. We started early on here in Sapporo. It's now nighttime fully, but the seats are almost as full as they could be. Believe it or not, tomorrow will be even more attendance here in the Daiwa House Premise Dome. But our elimination bracket round 2 will continue after just a little bit of a break. Get some food in these players' bellies. We will come back, and it will be our last chance to qualify for our match point finals. If you want to stay tuned with everything that we've got going on, remember to follow Play Apex on all of our socials: X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and of course twitch.tv/PlayApex, where many of you, I'm sure, are watching now. All right, the stage is set. We've got our elimination round 2 coming up very soon. And speaking of, we've got a really cool thing coming up tomorrow. You'll be able to see some, some new. I don't know, I can't give it away, but let's just say there's some musical elements involved, especially our brand new soundtrack, Stem Up, that has been released for the ALGS Championship. It's the second time we've released an official song for this event, so go download it, check out the QR code, and get stemmed up tonight. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching us. It's been Rain Day here on the desk with a multitude of talented people joining me by my side. We're going to close it out here, but in just a moment, Elimination Round 2 is coming up. So remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all right after this.
Nah, you're not ready, never been ready, but you're my eyes on it. Every day I strive for it. Life could get like hydraulics, ups and downs, but I thrive on it. I die for it. Look up, you see me at the top. 10 points play, that's big at the top. No one's there, that's big, I'm the boss. Put no fear now, I won't be stopped off. I attack it, cause panic. I'll back it, let's have it. Turn it on, damage, then I'm gone. Like magic. Let's get it. Ain't nobody better, I said it. Top your phone up and give me some credit. And my game's all set, so hold steady. Cause I'm for the belly. See, but I know I'm go to war, I'm shelly. Might get messy, but I'm light work, I'm way too heavy. So let's get it, cause I'm nah, you're not ready, never been ready, but yo, I'm
energy is absolutely electric, making me just want to go absolutely crazy, Tia.
We watch Apex, we go crazy. And I'm not exaggerating when I get goosebumps every single time we're here. I feel like we got something going.
And it's the Falcons, and they are playing to perfection here in the winners round. The Falcons get a win.
Gen G should be able to make light work of this, but this is Panic we're talking about. This is Panic we're talking about. He can't get it done. Gen G do close out.
go to war, I'm shelling. Might get messy, but
we're gonna hunt you, we're gonna find you, and we're gonna push you in the done NFL 36. Welcome to the final game of our winners bracket lobby. Supernova from 11th to match point finals. They make it happen.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
This spells chaos for Rock, and now NIP playing Ring of the Round. The Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Genji now left with Ziki. The slide down from two members. Try to finish him off. Genji, it's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up though, Saucer as a solo looking down at curve. NIP get eliminated as it's the 1v1. Sorcerer with Rock. Take game number 2.
这个打肉，来电吧，最后一个打肉的。
Going. Back one.
First one.
Walk it up. On me.
Take us.
Yep.
Banning.
Going.
Cut the roof. He's gonna drop.
Yep.
He's gonna drop.
Yep.
One baddie.
Going. Yep. On me. Then.
Shield.
Yep. Shoot. 1v1.
Last one.
You have shield regen.
Yeah, it's fine. Chill. 1v1. He goes roof. He went inside.
Batting.
He's inside. Come in.
Yep.
Batting to me.
I can't. You have to walk in.
Shoot me.
Chill.
Swing out.
Nice.
Going forward. Alter weak.
One. 2.
Take the lemon.
Get the one, dead. Come on.
Nice one. Hey, on the track, you're gonna kill it.
Yes.
Really strong position extremely early on.
Okay.
You do have to be careful with the altars in play. You can see Unlimited trying to go for that spleef. Will not be able to abduct anyone off of Shopify Rebellion, but here comes another one. And I love this. They were scouting it out with the crypto the whole time.
你可以拍大招，给雷，塞雷，塞雷，塞雷，塞雷，塞雷，
一把，走，
接了，接了，接了。头上有个机器人，
我知道，一把，走，第二，不，三个，超越了，上，牛逼！
必须是 PK， 来，这是 PK， 이 새끼 벽을 활용해. 하나, 둘, 셋. 앞에 와, 너. 빨리. 야, 오나, 앞에 오나. 나 베리. 나 세범미. 내공이야. 아, 씨발 꺼졌어. 내 또. 아, 네, 제가 앞에 잡아. 야, 어디?
앞에.
났어. 성장한데?
They're peeking.
Dead! I'm peeking! I'm waiting. I'm coming. I'm gonna try and help you here. It's one guy. He's running at the end of the wall. It's one guy. Nice, Reese.
Very concerned about TSM, but reluctant. Oh, we see the abduction, but
Cannon gets away. Panic's got that turbocharged Devo, so if anyone walks into his POV,
there's another
they
one.
are going to get shredded! And that's exactly what happens. They get the finish as well, and you're probably wondering, why finisher? Well, it means that they can't recall him.
Fnatic resetting on the inside of the building. You can see Colonel Garcia trying to chase after these shots, but he gets taken out. It's a one-for-one exchange as he takes him down, and Fnatic will get eliminated.
Right side, on the thing.
Track, one.
Yeah, I'm trying to push it.
Yeah,
One,
all the way left,
Can you ult him?
Yeah, no, kill him, I like it.
Ulted him. Sign on. Down. 80. Dead.
Nice, one more here. Careful building. All dead. Did they kill the other team?
Nope. No, downhill.
I'm playing on roof. Yeah, I'm going roof.
No. All US.
Dead.
No. I can watch the swing. Yep.
Maybe, grab.
I got. Yep. They're gonna push. Nice. He's gonna have to drop. Hold him right.
Bat in.
Dropping. Good. One guy west.
Bad. You come up with Peter West.
Go.
They nade on you. I knocked one. Keep in mind, I knocked one.
Yep.
He's gobbling in.
Kill him. Help top.
Okay.
He's weak.
One guy. Throwing him.
Give me knock.
Dummy.
Kill this guy.
Nice.
Go.
Wall down there from their own catalyst will slow them down just a bit, allowing Alliance to go for the reset. We've seen the 2v3s out from Alliance, but this time around, they don't have the eyes in the sky for themselves. VK Gaming taking these a little bit too slow. There's the first knock, not quite yet from Effect.
Effect with the 9 KP, almost 4K, 3.5, and he is beaming right now with the R9. Gold extended mag here. He gets the next knock. He is jumping around. The Ash Dash is in the air, but it's a Newcastle that he put up against as a Kraber shot is more than enough to finish off that knock. No playing around these knockdown steals, but he's looking to get aggressive.
Oh my god, QQ! What are you doing? He's come down to 1v1. That mobile shield making it extremely difficult, but Effect is jumping it around like a spider monkey, and he doesn't know what to do. The shield swap, is it enough?
Car.
Current zone. Yeah,
Right.
I'm full ratting.
I have an Orc Star.
Yeah, they're running.
Ready to peek?
Got it.
3, 2,
peek.
1, peek.
Drop behind them, guys. Stay done. One more. Wait. Last guy, guys.
He's dead. Chill.
No, he's not. All right.
He rest.
I'm good. I live.
Le están acá afuera. Hay uno acá abajo. Agárrate. Lo maté. No tenemos zona. Yo puedo por aquí, lo maté. Sí, puede por aquí. Está aquí adentro. Lo maté. Bueno. No, estoy ulti venga. Hay que tanquearla. Van a pelear. Avanza. Voy con el techo. Se tradearon. Agarra el techo. No, subieron. Guarda la máquina, literal. Me echó, a ver si puedes aguantar. Uno, sí. Literal.
100 Thieves started off the day with a huge win.
Wow.
Boney playing all 10 games. Can he bookend this series with another win here on Broken Moon? Not unless rivals have anything to say about it. Try and put a stop to them right now. A lot of utility thrown out onto 100 Thieves, and they've got Sheila ready to go for this. Boney tries to go for kidnap. It's not going to quite work. No, it's successful. He gets off of this.
Oh no! Chronicles of the distance of blue Evo shield here too. Everybody eats here for 100 Thieves.
Uno, llegate al tercer piso. Están subiendo.
We see the side-by-side of the action happening on the other side of this choke. NIP now forced to play that out as a duo. We hear the res out in the distance. Listen up is trying to contest, but he has to reload at the same time. Fnatic get the first initial knock, and now Team Falcons come up and it's clean up on aisle 3.
All right. It's all 3.
Yeah, you gotta altar portal him.
Yeah. 1 HP, altar. Altar's one dead.
We fight this.
Fight this, Trent. Keep those crack. Crack crypto. He's trying to thirst. He's still on me, trying to thirst. He's literally one. Nice. Red. Come on, dude. You got him. Nice.
不是，剩下是他拉了2个，我跟你了。
抢！我！帮不了，我拉给我接2个。2个一，接了！别！不！慢慢来！我抓！来，我抓了！来！
We've got to be careful here because you saw Katia, they're very, very close to this fight and might be thinking about third party. Stinger Bolt goes down, and so does a member of Sentinels as well. MQuid try and swing off the back of this. Cards a little bit separated.
And if ALGS win this fight, they would essentially be knocking Movie Star out of the tournament.
Strafing Flame with a great angle, but he'll be taken down. Pricey now, the first player to go down initially, now has the chance to clutch. For Katia, it's a 1v1. Riley Mechanic, I don't think he's got the shields to work with here. He's trying to buy time, but I think he knows that his time is running out, and Sentinel's time is running out. Pricey down first initially, but now he clutches.
Can we 30 to me?
Yeah, we can do this.
Go on. Walking in.
Coming to you.
Come.
Inside.
Yep. One's on the left. One's on the right.
They have gen. Can we pick left?
Pick right.
I'm peeking right.
Kill it. I'm pick right.
Almost cracked one.
I'm seeing.
I kill
Let's go together. Give me the hook. He's cracked. He got no spot. You gotta stop. He's on the cells.
Come my side, Guild, defeating.
He's slow healing.
Right here. I'm calling up. He's still playing knock.
Nice job. Rest quick.
Nice.
Yep.
Dead.
Nice. Come look at this.
1 HP.
I hit UAV. I kill on. Nice. First time. I'm getting shot. I'm batting.
You're probably have to kill Trey soon.
Put him out.
158 batting. What are we playing for? We're playing for this team? Yeah.
Yeah. What? One
What do you think?
I'm coming. I'm coming. Where are we going?
Where are we going? Break you. Hustle was cracked. I'm batting.
Almost break you.
Oh my god.
We can't get up. We can't get up. I'm
There's a
batting.
team behind you.
I'm batting. We're dead. It's just you two. It's just you.
They're fighting to your left. They're not pushing you. They're just AFKing. They're hard AFKing. They're hard AFKing still down here. Enemy here.
Nice.
Get back!
Look at back! His one! Castle one on the left! Selling! Really good! He's one! He's on the wall! Bottom of the queue! Shoot the bottom of the queue!
I am! Come on, I'm gonna bat!
Q and 5, Q and 5!
Nice! They died! Kill up, please!
Watch out on the open!
The solo's still alive, by the way. Yeah, I'm trying to kill the solo.
Watch under! Yep.
They're here, and then solo here. Swing it! That are you? On you!
Under me!
That's one.
Coming up!
Let's go! Shop. They're in the small shop.
I can't do anything about it.
Whole team here.
Come on. Dead. I must go. Can we just get the fin?
Yeah, we can try to get the fin. I'm gonna go to bridge.
He got finned. Oh, can we just wipe this? We can just wipe this. Let's come.
Yeah, this team left.
Yeah,
Where are they?
can we wipe this? In the shop, in the small shop. I have so many dates. Walk up with the deets.
Dating. I think I leave it to you two. Cause
No, come.
Oh, gotcha, Heady, hold on. They're back in that. Just swing.
All dead.
They will always find a way to survive. One of the best fighting teams.
Fnatic now in this fight. Important to note as well, the 100 Thieves got back up to a 3. Warm's in front of him. Fnatic will fall as now we find ourselves with a lobby and hub.
They're getting E5 one southeast. Kill two.
Nice.
I'm
Watch, dead.
Nice. I'm gonna be bottom floor.
I'll push. Kick right. One.
Got it.
Fighting.
I'm swinging his back.
Yeah.
I'm doing that finisher because I need the Evo and ultimate kill.
우리 앞에
야, 벽 붙는다. 여기.
안에 우리 안에.
레이자.
나 뺀. 왼쪽으로.
다섯 군데야. 이거 조심해야 되겠네.
폭로. 아, 탈탈 한번 갔어.
담벼락부터.
하기장.
나스팽이.
나 힐.
세 군데.
나이스.
야, 병 넘어 조심. 카타 꺼진다 이거.
왼쪽 앞필.
자. 그다음 오른쪽.
저기.
야, 담벼락. 야, 발가락. 포기했어.
야, 바닥이 살리고 있어.
나르고 있다. 뒤에. 잠깐만. 웨이자.
오른쪽 앞에.
카르펠.
펼쳐.
폭 넣게.
탄다. 왼쪽.
나이스.
괴물.
Okay.
포스 밀력. 야야야. 아, 쐈어. 쭉.
Nice. I'm trying. Standing. Putting it that way. I'm out. Come. Ready? Come.
Following you.
Second ball. Another one. Picking. Second.
We zip up, baby.
Second.
Q in.
I fucking died. Picking it. Weak. Dash.
Genji were able to get the res, though. Go next were not able to capitalize whatsoever. The low slowing them down for the time being as they are holed up inside of the building. Asia going for the peak now. Forced off from that angle, and now Go next are regrouping, but they're taking so much damage. Kind of forced back. No bats here as Asian pushes out.
Mouse still.
I'm ulting.
Okay, can you?
On me.
Good help him. I can't see.
Back them. I'm dead.
Ash one. I'm nading it. Scanning it.
Him. All three there. Good nades.
Red one.
Go. You're not doing.
That's
Look for
Get the movie on his body.
Drop. One dead.
Nice.
Come on me, guys.
Come back for us. Come back.
Yeah. One dead. 1 HP.
This team is gonna peek us.
Okay. I'll just sit on you.
I'm just trying to scan them. Yeah, just sit on you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, just them hard!
Okay, can you kill them?
Maybe. I'm scanning again.
I'm nading.
36? I'm so charged, I'm not coming up.
Okay. Yeah, he's 100 coming down. Coming.
I'm not ready. Give me. Help him. Kill one. Place off. 90 on Watson. I did good damage. Oh my god. Go to idiot. Yo, slam. Holy.
He gets underneath the bench. Look at the shot control there by Asia, and he's going to move in and clean up. Remarkable team, and we now have a Gen G versus 5 Fears fight to finish off game number 2, and Asia is cooking.
He is absolutely 5 Fears. They are the ones that are up. GoGabs will get to the low ground with F4 as well on his tail, but it's all down to the solo here. And as that fight started, it finishes with Asia.
Hit him, Matt. Yeah. Hit him. I have monkey ball. Balling. Hit ball. Hey. One shot.
Go. 3. No.やった自分でワンベ乗っかって相手のやつもある殴ってる相手殴ってるシャツ殴ってる
I killed the castle.
Last one on. Dropping off.
You got a face, Cody.
Dropping off. Don't have it. Oh, man, we got second. One bit. 強すぎ俺あーごめん俺が最強だからさGet there, maybe. Why not?
He's flying down. He's facing you.
Fire away! You're right. Alright, you should. Almost got one. If he go down, you can kill him. He's batting. You got a bat off. Still resing. Heads up, come. You have to kill soon, close, you can reset. Yeah. Still here.
Boy.
I 30 on one. Give me 90. Fight. Give me one. I'm reloading, let's go.
He's just running.
Kill.
Then, I bubble again.
Yeah, bubble.
I minus the fade first. Bubbling.
I'm queuing. I have slam in 5.
Do you get it?
Forward. I almost have slam, to show.
They're fighting us.
I have slam.
That one in. 100.
No. Kill these guys on me.
I'm looking.
Yeah, kill these guys on me.
Newcastle almost cracked.
Castle's weak. Castle's cracked. Keep the Castle.
Newcastle dead.
Castle's dead.
Ulcer one.
Play the kill. Nice. Push you out.
Peek down. Go crazy.
I've reached down. I got beat down. Move the wall.
I'm trying to break it.
Just play through. You can win the game.
Yeah, we are.
Dead. Nice. Nice. Last team.
Nading. I'm nading Gildas.
He's in the knockdown.
Yeah, I'm nading.
Queuing on me.
Baby, come on.
Oh my god, I just went insane.
C-Note didn't have beacon, so maybe they can't tell the zone. C-Note had beacon, but I don't know.
Go.
Ya, pergi. Izin tidak.
Going on at the moment, we'll see whether or not they're able to make anything of their position. As we can see, our game one winners looking strong as a full team. Kraber online. Marquez, can he land the shot? Yes, he can.
Gets Kraber in the head, and he's going to get way down as well. This is just Marquez's show right now, K-Man.
Yeah, they are looking so deadly with their sniper rifle in hand, but Wolves, they can't actually rotate out to get any of the picks. They're just getting harassed by so much utility that they go back to the light as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming right now. He's getting so many picks right now, but the people are just dropping down and feeding him kills at the moment, and he's going to get another one here from Remarkable Team.
He was on 1,100 damage before that fight kicked off. He's hit 400 damage with a Peacekeeper, and he's running out of ammunition. That's probably the only thing that's going to stop him, Stoney, I'll be honest. As we can see, Donut is also going to get a knock. Wolves Esports are here. They are dominating. We can see they have got the reset as well. Donut goes aggressive, cleans up Remarkable Team. We have 3 squads left. NML, they're down to a solo, Stoney. I don't know what's happened on the other side of the map, but Rendang and NML have just taken each other out, and Wolves Esports are here to clean up.
Oh, this is disgusting. He's going to finish it off with one of the best end games by a single person I've ever seen. And Wolves take game number 2.
They're gonna give me all. They're gonna give me bubble. I'm walking forward. Crack. I died. One dead. Batting. Let's go. Hold on. Batting. He's on your left. On your back. Where we came from. Dead. Rest. I'm gonna be ulted. Just heal. Come to me. Not kidding. Cody, nice. Drop up. I have 400 on my shield. Give me knock. So. Oh my God, Yuka aces. Yuka F is dancing on him, bro. Baby, FBI gone. Now it's a 3v3.
No, they went back. It's right TP, right TP.
Let's go. Ready?
Can we go? Can we go?
Yeah, ready. Okay, here.
The rest.
Come.
Yep.
Yes, son. I'm a cat. Set.
Cut, yep.
Nice. Move sweet.
Stabilize also. We're getting 3p. We're getting 3p.
I know.
Nice. I'm biting.
Yeah, now we've got to be careful here. They did manage to reset, and they do have an armor advantage over Alliance, but they've given up the high ground, and here's an EMP, which is going to slow everything down. Armor advantage negated. Doesn't exist. There's a Maggie Ball. Take that one in the forehead of Jacko, and there's a follow-up from Effect. The wingman snaps.
我进攻，我进攻，大地攻。
ผมไม่มาหรอ
กูเน้นอยู่กูเน้นอยู่กูเน้นอยู่กูเน้นอยู่
ข้ามมาได้นะเราอ่ะขึ้นมา
กูเน้นหลังคา
ขึ้นมาจะพี่ผมเดี๋ยวเขาอยู่
กูอีกชั้นหนึ่งกันมันอยู่ไหนอ่ะ
ขึ้นราคาขึ้นราคาขึ้นราคาขึ้นราคาเขาปั่นโยนของมาโย
เอาเถอะเอาเถอะกำลัง
มาโยอะไรครับไหนวะ
สวยเชียร์จุดปะรอ
มาให้เอาแบบให้เดี๋ยว
On rock. No. Look at brother. Protect brother. Keep there. I mean, what? Close us. Get there, maybe. Nice. Play knock.
He's lying down. He's facing you.
You're right.
I can drop down a Maggie Ball from the outside. Can I do it?
Yes, maybe. Down the door, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm a bubble.
Okay, I'm getting a Maggie Ball. Balling. Picking two.
What is he, right? Alright.
That's one. I'm playing slow. I'm going up.
Betting.
Yeah, go make it tonight. Yeah, まだここだ。ノックだ。今来た。ノックなくなる俺も。
お前俺強すぎやろ。This team went tunnel. Okay. There's one more. Yeah, put out something back. Yeah. I think it's maybe bait. It's bait. Don't pick. It's bait.
Okay.
They are sliding down.
Yeah. I'm pre-nading.
EMPing them.
Yeah. I'm walking up a little bit. Might be good night. Good night. Watch out,
kill.
One down. I'm taking him.
One. One guy.
Dead. Nice.
Peeking. Crack barrel. Listen, we're gonna get threaded. Gonna kill Sarah. Can we choke her? I'm killing Sarah.
Other team's looking.
Oh, no, look, the carry on. Reset. We should go stairs. Go stairs.
I'm going top.
Dead in.
My second.
At the back. All right. Almost got cut. Cut one. On right. You have to go through and kill this guy. If you go down, you can kill him. He's batting. You got a bat off. He's not killing until you're Sarah. Well, he has a bat. Just bat and kill him. I'm gonna guy. I have knock. If you drop here. Rezzing. Double knock. Still rezzing. Pencil. Come. Block up.
He's not through.
You have to kill soon, close. You can reset.
Yeah.
Still here.
I'm at Jen again, maybe.
Yes, we're fine. Come to me. Stay on me.
There's three of us, guys.
Okay.
Watch out. Come on.
I'm dropping.
I'm calling back to you guys.
You have to go
Play here. Play your jump.
Plays knock. Swing you in the open. Play knock and heal. You're fine.
Oh, Jelly clutches. Exterminator though on the back foot here. Vicky is a 1v1. Gets the battery off. It's a PK versus an R9. Kurev is going to fall, but Kurev compete with that shotgun. Jelly trying to clutch it here for Exterminators, but no! They are gone! The lobby is open!
Let him bat and then we go. You ready?
Okay.
Moving yourself.
What's on right?
3.
I'm ready.
Mind your
Just follow me, Kainer.
Right there. Watson.
Last one here. I'm shooting it.
Just kill it.
He's running.
You guys come out. Q grip up.
I'm batting. I'm coming.
Yeah, one sec. I'm low.
I'm okay.
How's it 30?
What are they doing?
They're pushing me. The more got up on me. I'll tell them yet.
I'm coming to you.
How's it 100? How's it 1? Keep it 100.
Keep it 100.
Put it another.
You got one.
100. No.
Yeah.
Let's go. He was 1 HP. He was 1 HP before.
Nice, you got the big.
1 HP. Fuck, man.
Alright. Nice. Let's go, boys.
Take portal now. Come.
Okay. I still have MP.
Yes. Put barrels on the door.
They've laid traps.
I'm closing it.
Put barrels behind us. We're getting mirrored. There's people mirroring us.
Taking damage.
I'm playing outside.
He's on the door. I killed him. What the
I'm carrying him around. Get behind. They're like fighting on this north side, Hal.
Okay, I'm looking. Can you keep...
Hold that door. Skilled, hold that door. If they fight back here, it's worth 30.
Okay, I gotta kill.
Care the team chop train. Hal.
Yeah. I did 300 damage with my nades.
On the door. They've already drawn the door.
They just jumped off fight.
Okay. I'm running. Yeah.
One shot. He's one. I'm looking up.
Caustic. It's one guy, just Caustic. Nice. Get the door.
We're just gonna cost to go because they're just gonna die. Cost to go down. They're gonna. Cost to go down. They're gonna come out.
Ulted it. I'm nading it. 110. 72. Dead. Over here.
They creeping high. One got creeping high. Chill. Don't overheat.
No, we need to kill this guy.
Take it, B. Wait, no. Chilling.
Team on the low ground. Just chill. Take height, Metro. Come up right.
With your Raki.
I didn't see it.
Take right, swing right.
Chill, Ben, bottom left.
Swing me.
Dead. I'll see.
Ash blue. They red Z behind the box.
One dead. 2, 3.
Dead. Last one.
Oh my god!
Let's go, boy.
My god! Oh my god!
Lawsy dismisses a couple of shields, but is it going to be enough for them to win this fight? I'm not sure it's going to be. A Shopify Rebellion will deal with not just TSM, but ROC as well. And then they go back inside and Zainu goes nuclear in and around that bubble. Oh my goodness. Push, but this is Shopify Rebellion you're trying to do this to. Jaguares trying to hold with Yanya. That's dealt with. Yanya last alive. Shopify Rebellion will not die.
I mean, Koifo is on a slither of health, but Yanya's just thinking about surviving. Zainu will shut down that final player.
You gotta kill that. 흔들어.
요. 이게 있어.
야,
나스. 왜. 너무. 산이.
나온다.
맞아. 일로. 됐다. 집에.
가려.
에? 노카데. 노카데. 아이템에서 말해. 나그때 가야 돼. 완전 나그때 쳤어. 나그때. Nice!
Blast doesn't have it here in his hands. An EMP would go even harder as the 120 rings out. There goes the EMP, and there goes the green light. As Aku has to be careful. He gets peeked by the PK. He gets sent down, and it's up to Lufka as Blast is incredibly low. Roadhouse looking to clean up as Navi get taken out. The solo, by the way, they have to go in for the shield swaps. Lufka gets it, but the PK swap here, and no, tries to clutch it, and Roadhouse, they hold their footing.
I'm already one.
Nice.
I'm already the ball. What's with us? One kill one. Gliding me up. Crack tail. Stay high. Oh, no. On squad. Jump. That jump. Right. One more. Rest maybe.
Bad.
Bad in the big bad. Resting right now. Can you rest. Rest. Enough. Look to rest me after, okay? We have it. Come here.
Bang. Coming now.
I fuse off. They're gonna have to fight. I have a spare out, we win.
Yep.
Moving.
Fight moving on.
Just shove. We need to carry this team in the left. Just carry the left and I'm gonna ult me. Drop right, Corey. We're gonna drop right here when I ult, okay? I'm gonna call you. I'm ulting.
Just AFK, guys. AFK.
Corner.
We win the game for free.
We have to drop right corner.
This is.
Get all right into our step. And drop. Drop. Let me drop.
I'm dropping.
Drop. Kill there.
Dead.
One. Sparrow 71.
I don't know how they hold off Fnatic, man. How do they hold off Fnatic?
That's all.
This spells chaos for Rock, as now NIP playing Ring of the Round. The Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Genji now left with Ziggy. The slide down from two members. Try to finish him off. Genji. It's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up though, Saucer as a solo looking down at Curve. NIP get eliminated as it's the 1v1. Sorcerer with Rock. Take game number 2.
这个打肉，赶紧吧。最后一个打肉的。
Going. Back one.
Flash on one.
Walk it up. On me.
Ridiculous.
Yep.
Banning.
Going.
Cut the roof. He's gonna drop.
Yep.
Jumping down.
He's gonna drop.
You miss?
One behind you.
Going. Yep. On me. Dead.
Shield.
Only one.
Last one. Chill.
You have shield regen.
Yeah, it's fine. Chill. 1v1. He gets roof. Come inside.
Banning.
He's inside. Come in.
Yep.
Banning, kill me.
I can't. You have to walk in.
Show me.
Chill.
Swing out.
Nice.
Going forward. Alter weak.
One.
Doing
2.
Crack the level.
Hit the one. Dead. Come on.
Nice.
Hey, on the track. You're gonna kill it.
Nice.
Really strong position extremely early on.
Okay.
You do have to be careful with the altars in play. You can see Unlimited trying to go for that spleef. Will not be able to abduct anyone off of Shopify Rebellion, but here comes another one. And I love this. They were scouting it out with the crypto the whole time.
你可以拍大招，给雷，塞雷，
一百。走。
进了，头上有个机器人，
我知道。100，走了。第二，不用，三有，超越了，上，牛逼！
必须是 PK， 来的是 PK，
이 새끼 벽을 활용해. 하나, 둘, 셋. 앞에 와, 너. 빨리. 야, 오나. 나 베리. 나 세 번매. 내 공이야. 아, 씨발 껐어. 내 또. 아, 네, 제발. 앞에 잡아. 야, 어디 있는?
앞에.
땄어. 손 잘만데?
They're peeking.
Dead! I'm peeking! I'm waiting. I'm coming. I'm gonna try to help you here. It's one guy. He's running at the end of the wall. It's one guy. Nice, Reese.
Very concerned about TSM, but reluctant. Oh, we see the abduction, but Cannon gets away. Panic's got that turbocharged Devo, so if anyone walks into his POV, there's another one. They are going to get shredded! And that's exactly what happens. They get the finish as well. And you're probably wondering, why finisher? Well, it means that they can't recall him.
Fnatic resetting on the inside of the building. You can see Colonel Garcia trying to chase after these shots, but he gets taken out. It's a one-for-one exchange as PK goes down, and Fnatic will get eliminated.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back one more time to the ALGS Championship. It is day 3 where we are getting through the bracket stage of our competition in the beautiful city of Sapporo, live in Japan. And it has been a very exciting day of action as we have already sent 10 teams through to Match Point Sunday, and we will now determine the next 10 with our elimination round 2 bracket stage of the competition. This is it. This is the last moment our teams have to seize and try to make their way through to the final stage of the competition. It will all come down to this, and I cannot wait to see how it's going to play out. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host for this last series of the day, and I'm joined by a phenomenal desk. We have Snipedown, we have Graceful, and we have Jayhawk ready to get you through all of the action. It's going to be so cool. And well, okay, you know, hi. Okay. What's going on, Octane? You know what? This is what we're getting down to at this point. You look fantastic. Absolutely crushing it. I mean, only at ALGS champs. Are you kidding me?
Had to get the photo there, you know.
Yeah, that's a good photo.
Get the selfies, Eric. While you've got the selfies, go and talk to me a little bit about your thoughts of the day here so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have 10 teams that we, like you said, are in the grand finals. 10 teams have already been sent home, so we are now in the later half of this tournament. This is where it all goes down to the line. Honestly, some of these teams we did not expect to see here. Some moved on that we also didn't expect. This is just the final example of how good this day has been. We had some of the most insane matches leading up into that first round of elimination, where it always comes down to those middle teams. It's been such a tight pact in every single, whether it's been a group stage or these Elim finals, and I think it's only going to get better as we go on.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to Match Point Finals yet, Graceful, and we've already seen some heartbreak. We've seen some insanely good success stories. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts.
I mean, I think that all these teams right now have been figured out, essentially. As we've gone through the upper row now, as well as we sent a couple of teams home as well. Now I think it's literally the last stand, essentially, before you have to make it over there now. And I think that as we further go into the Match Point Finals, teams are already established the way that they are owning the lobby now. I don't think we'll see as much contention anymore. They'll most likely be playing around specific super strong teams, because we have seen, I think only one real team has stand out throughout the whole tournament so far, and it's been Falcons. And they have just been absolutely crushing it. And that's why predictions across the board have been leaning towards them as well. But I do truly believe we should see some national heroes potentially in the final lobbies.
Right, 100%. And Jayhawk, you actually got a chance to watch in the crowd in the middle of the day. Tell me a little bit about what that's like, kind of the progression through the day as we get closer and closer to Sunday.
You can feel the tension. There was a bit of a somber atmosphere every time Fnatic and Unlimit would die, because you know that this is where they're going to end up. But at the same time, I think that tension's even greater now. Almost every pro I've ever talked to over the years says that this is the hardest lobby in a tournament. Because at this point, to quote Graceful, every single team has tasted defeat, and so now it's do or die. And a lot of these squads, you're not going to have necessarily the POIs that you're happy with. You don't necessarily know where the bans are going to go. Teams are going to get very desperate in those final few games.
One more time to the ALGS champion.
First round of elimination, where it always comes, and I think it's only going to get better as we go on.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to Match Point Finals yet, Graceful, and we've already seen some heartbreak. We've seen some insanely good success stories. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts.
I mean, I think that all these teams right now have been figured out, essentially. As we've gone through the upper row now, as well as we sent a couple of teams home as well. Now I think it's literally the last stand, essentially, before you have to make it over there now. And I think that as we further go into the match point finals, teams are already established the way that they are owning the lobby now. I don't think we'll see as much contention anymore. They'll most likely be playing around specific super strong teams, because we have seen, I think only one real team has stand out throughout the whole tournament so far, and it's been Falcons. And they have just been absolutely crushing it. And that's why predictions across the board have been leaning towards them as well. But I do truly believe we should see some national heroes potentially in the final lobbies.
Right, 100%. And Jayhawk, you actually got a chance to watch in the crowd in the middle of the day. Tell me a little bit about what that's like, kind of the progression through the day as we get closer and closer to Sunday.
You can feel the tension. There was a bit of a somber atmosphere every time Fnatic and Unlimit would die, because you know that this is where they're going to end up. But at the same time, I think that tension's even greater now. Almost every pro I've ever talked to over the years says that this is the hardest lobby in a tournament. Because at this point, to quote Graceful, every single team has tasted defeat, and so now it's do or die. And a lot of these squads, you're not going to have necessarily the POIs that you're happy with. You don't necessarily know where the bans are going to go. Teams are going to get very desperate in those final few games.
On the board for SBI to kind of put a little bow on all of this as well. Graceful, I'm going to touch in with you. Who would you like to talk about?
I mean, I would like to talk about nobody else than FaZe. Obviously, something that I've always been, pushing towards, that these are... Everybody also expects them to be in finals, I would say. But outside of not being really... They're not really inconsistent, more rather a slow starting team. They kind of started a little bit sloppy, and now they've gotten to the point where they're capable of reaching that form that we normally see them in, seeing them in the final lobbies. So I think that if they can just get them under control and more stable, they're going to pop off, because we have seen especially the likes of Zayn, but also I think people have kind of slept on Nag specifically. European people knows how good he is, but he hasn't really had that blow up like Zayn has, that one clip on LAN that just made everybody absolutely go crazy. And I think that this LAN could be it, where even he can step up to that moment and have his glory day, come.
I think we'll get an opportunity here to see just how good Zayn is. You mentioned that is a player for FaZe that everyone's kind of been talking about this LAN, recognizing what he's able to bring to the squad. But you're right, at the end of the day, it's about everyone.
I think that's the thing as well. It's very easy. I would think that fraggers in general get way more props than IGLs, because that's the crazy clip you see. A lot of the times, it's very hard to track, because to track that potentially, like the likes of Cinetic making incredible call, the pre-call, when you're seeing the macro or the decision-making happening, to then see it unfold what happens. But a lot of the time, what he does is he sets up his team for success. And it's way harder to track that, even though you can always say, this guy's a good IGL, but nobody has time to listen to 50 hours of VOD reviewing of somebody just calling, right? So I would just definitely like to give props specifically to him individually, but all IGLs across the board, because that's a super important role that you need to have. And once you manage to clear that out, I think everybody within the team gives props to their IGL, but I really want to give it to absolutely everybody that doesn't maybe have that insight.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout as well. We get to see some stats for Zayn down there. Definitely a player that we've touched on quite a few times throughout this weekend. And FaZe, definitely a squad that everybody should be looking at when it comes to Elim Round 2. But we also need to talk about some of the teams that came out of the winners side of our bracket, because like you mentioned, Jayhawk, there are some big names, especially when it comes to local hometown heroes here in this next bracket.
Absolutely. I want to compare and contrast Fnatic and Unlimit. Obviously, these two teams feel a little bit different, but I think there's a lot of similarities across the board for both of them. Number one, obviously, they're both from Japan, but they're very young rosters outside of UKF. Libel, Ace, Peace, Yalari, man, all of these players incredibly young and have a lot of potential, but I think a lot of people have started to view that potential maybe a little too quickly. Unlimit specifically, I was a little worried coming into this tournament that when they get to the winners finals lobby, when they get to these elim lobbies where a lot of teams are no longer going to be making some of the decisions out on the edge that they were making during groups. How do they respond? Unfortunately, in that last lobby, they didn't do very well. And then the same goes for Fnatic, but I think the one good thing for both teams is for Fnatic, obviously, they have UKF, and he's been in these moments a lot. So he has the experience to get his young players through this. Unlimit doesn't necessarily have that, but on the other side of that, they have the better draft position. So at the second overall pick, they are able to get Sky West Trials. So you want to talk about loot on World's Edge. That's the place that you want to be if you're Unlimit. And so maybe that extra loot can be something that can sustain them throughout the game. And also I do think that depending on how they adapt in this lobby, especially how quickly they can do it from what happened last time, that's going to set the tone for them early. If we see Unlimit being aggressive and going back to what was working in the groups, where they're taking smart fights and then being able to transition that late into end games, Unlimit can be a force, and we obviously have seen that plenty of times. Fnatic is maybe a little bit more of a question mark because they don't have as much firepower, but with Yuka, I think that he can get them into good spots in end games. And we've seen glimpses from those two young players in Colonel Garcia and Libel Ace. So if they can just capture some of those moments here, then they could be making it to the finals as well.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a really good show as well. And Snipe, I'm going to check in with you as well. Before we check in with you, though, I actually want to see if we can maybe take one more look, Jayhawk, at specifically Unlimit. I think we might have some numbers that we could potentially look out here for them, because I think one thing that we need to remind everybody at home when it comes to this squad as well is that if we're going back to the group stage of the competition, they were someone who was absolutely dominating. They were steamrolling through everything, and now we're looking at them, except we found them here in elimination round 2. So maybe a little bit of a fall from grace, and maybe also a slightly unexpected one after what we saw previously.
Yeah, I think the key for them was in the group stage, they were converting a lot of these mid-game fights into end-game positions where they were able to close those out into wins. And so we saw them getting into that top 10 a lot more consistently. And then once they got there, they were able, like I said, to convert those into really big games.
Right.
When they got into that winner's lobby, the lobby becomes a lot more condensed, where teams are rotating a lot more quickly, and a lot of these IGLs are smarter. So they know, okay, if we take this fight on the edge, we have a Falcons or an Alliance or somebody else that is lurking, and so we don't want to fight Unlimit here because first off, we know that they're good, but also we know there's other teams that are potentially going to sniff this out, and so we need to just rotate. So a lot of times, these teams in these winners bracket lobbies, they're playing a lot more foundational Apex. The macro is a lot stronger, which I think leaves Unlimit in a spot where they're not having to run into a lot more compact of a lobby when they get to zone. Sure, there's more space, maybe they'll get more loot, they have more time to maneuver, but the macro is a lot harder because when they finally get to those mid-game fights, there's more teams alive, and these are even better teams than we saw in group stage. This is the best of the best. And so that's where I'm talking about they have to adapt quickly because it didn't work. It didn't work in the winners bracket, and unfortunately, they're coming off of mid-season playoffs where they got 36. It didn't work there either, and they're such a young team. This is their third LAN ever. I think they've ascended so quickly that people forget that, and so this is a very important moment in terms of their careers.
And this is a perfect segue, and then we can now jump onto you, Eric, because you're going to be talking about a team who is kind of in a similar situation when it comes to finding that group stage success.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming is who I'm going to be talking about a little bit, and this roster has been one of the more interesting stories for me as a previous professional player, because they started as strong as you can possibly imagine. In their first 2 rounds, they got 132 points, which just automatically put them into the winners bracket. So they didn't have as much to worry about. Since then, in the last 2 lobbies, only 48 points across both of those. So you don't really want to start a tournament backwards. You kind of wish it was the other way around, where you start slower and then you gain momentum going into these lobbies. But for them to start so strong and then go backwards, you're kind of thinking to yourself, everything we did was working. You obviously don't change up your gameplay when it's working that well, but if you continue doing the same things and it stops working, you're kind of asking yourself, oh boy, we don't have a backup plan. This was our plan the whole time, and now for them, the best thing that they can take out of this is because they did so well in the group stages, they at least got the first pick when it came to the map selections and POIs. Sure. So that's the best that they could get out of this, because it just gives them a little more comfort as a team to come in, maybe take a breath and say, okay, we 2-2 on where they've done well, they've done bad. Now it's time to get that momentum back into the series where it's the most important. They take these losses. Hopefully they were able to just recuperate, you know, get back into this, and now we're in the most important match of the tournament so far for them, and that really is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think that this is just illustrating just not only how many storylines there are, but how many viable options we have in this lobby when it comes to teams that can win. And before we get into this lobby, I think we have an opportunity to check in with one of the teams that's going to be playing in our Elim round 2, because we have Lace standing by with Boogie Borders.
Glitter. Now, this may be a face that's unfamiliar to a lot of you guys at home, but not me and not Apex South. I have Metro here from the Boogie Borders. He is actually one of our youngest players here for the ALGS, only being 16. Now, the Boogie Borders actually got into the winners bracket, which is an exceptional exceptional feat. Metro, I do want to ask you, this is your first LAN. How is this whole entire experience for you, and how are you feeling right now?
So far, the experience has been really overwhelming a bit, because so much support and so many fans of not just me, but also Boogie Borders. Right now, I'm feeling nervous, but I'm also feeling really confident that we can make finals. It'll be me and Penna's, I think, first finals ever, so I'm super excited for that.
First finals, and they're doing incredibly well. Yeah, there was a beautiful fan that actually made you a little boogie board and brought it. That must feel pretty crazy, because there's been some players here that haven't even gotten any sort of, you know, fans, and this is your first one, and you've already got custom merch made. Now, obviously, you know, the winners bracket probably didn't go the way that you guys planned, and now we did notice that you pulled out the Maggie, the Rev, and the Pathfinder. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you chose that composition after Game 3?
So I think we chose that comp because in regional finals, that was the main comp we run for game 1 to 3, and I think we got 50 points from it. So we just went back to home and ran that comp again.
That's it. It was not troll. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. But Metro, absolute pleasure chatting with you. This is Metro from the Boogie Borders. Wish you the best of luck, and back to you, Glitter.
I love that. That's something that we were talking about in the green room too. You know, people were kind of questioning what's going on with the Rev pick. Snipedown will admit he was one of those people, but it really does boil down to the fact that that was a comfort pick for them. It worked them in the LCQ. Like he mentioned, it's something that they kind of felt like might be able to benefit them now. They're going to, you know, see what happens if it works this time in Elim round 2. But if we're talking about picks, it's time to talk about our talent predictions. Okay, we're gonna have to see how people are doing, and it looks like Rain Day might have forgotten to put a prediction in there, which is gonna bode well for everyone who's trying to catch up to his lead right now. I myself went with Fnatic. You got a Grow Gaming pick out of Gaskin. Legacy from Vicky, Wolves from Gino, Unlimit from Dio. We are getting variety here in these talent predictions for our Elim round 2 as we get a chance to look at the second page as well. Talk to me a little bit about the Unlimited pick here, Eric.
I'm in the lead somehow. I feel pretty good about this right now. But yeah, I mean, the Unlimited pick, I'm just going with some hometown heroes. I really think that the momentum behind the crowd is gonna be a huge thing. I'm a big Yulari Man fan. I mean, I am a fan because he dropped a 4K 20 kill on me in the New Orleans Open, and that's when I was like, all right, this guy's him. And then I started following his career a little bit. I mean, they're first in Pro League, and it just feels like they're like the new age team here in Japan that people can get behind and just be like, they're freaks of nature out there. So I'm excited to watch them. I hope they do pull through for just the crowd itself.
Well, let's see if the crowd is ready for these matches. Who will be the final 10 teams that make their way through to match point finals? It is time to find out. So let's get these casters ready, because I know they're as excited as we are to dive into the action. Vicky, Genome, let's see who's going to be qualifying.
I cannot wait, Glitter, because this is the day where we find out, by the end of it all, who is going to be making up our finals, match point finals lobby. We already have 10 teams locked in, and you see our players behind us. They're ready to go. This crowd has absolutely turned up here in Sapporo. We got the signs up. Oh, I see Monsu. It's Beyonce up here, too, giving him his energy. It's been a fantastic time here in the beautiful city of Sapporo, but Gino, I'm excited because I love how Lace gets to interact with Boogie Borders. You've highlighted this team a lot.
I mean, they had a nuts first couple of days, and I'm just so excited for Metro, right? Unfortunately, couldn't make it to the New Orleans land, but this time he is here, and he is holding back no punches. I mean, this guy, Panna talked to me at the start of the year, right? He was like, hey, Gino, I have found the next big thing. I watched a couple of scrims. I was like, you know what? I might agree with you here. Had some insane clutches, and then just continued to do that on the Pro League stage throughout the year. Now he's here, and he's proving he can do it on the biggest stage in ALGS.
And since we are starting on E-District, it's going to be a different pace for Boogie Boarders in comparison to a very rough start in our previous series in that winners of round 1, where Boogie Boarders had gone down 20th back-to-back. This time on E-District, it's a different look. Lower bracket final, we're starting map number 1 on E-District, and we can take a look at our POI draft. And, you know, we talk about Boogie Boarders and where they're going to be dropping over to the side.
Yep, they'll be starting down there in Blossom Drive, of course, with World's Edge being our second map here, Vicky. The first couple of priority picks are always going to go over to that. Maybe I should leave that one for when the other lads get here later, but I'll tell you what, there's a couple of surprises when I looked at it. Now, as far as E-District goes, the first pick does actually go to Wolves Esports, who of course have dropped down from the winners bracket. They'll be taking Boardwalk, a very popular pick for both. Maybe a little more for the zone teams, but frankly, it just seems to go very early, regardless of what style you play. Maybe a little more of a hybrid POI as far as I've seen. We've got FaZe up the top there, picking Lotus at number 11. I like that. I think that'll accentuate some of their firepower. S8, they had a shocker as far as the winners bracket went, but at least they still get that top 10 pick guaranteed by making it into the winners final. And so they've gone to City Hall, a place where we see so many endings for E-District.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I was very curious to see how the POI draft went down, right? Where a lot of teams wanted to prio World's Edge, actually, and a map that maybe these teams feel a lot more comfortable. And then you take a look at E-District, where it starts off the series. You want to start off with some of that momentum, and seeing where some of these zones has been pulling, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of those Western zones. Like you mentioned, closer to that City Hall side, as S8UL will be able to have that POI. We're getting set up, though, before we dive into our lower bracket final. Our players have been locked in. Some of these players have been playing for a long time, and as we highlighted yesterday, is that a detriment to the player? Is it going to be specific? I've had this conversation with multiple top players, and it's been a split answer. Some players feel very warmed up. They like playing. The longer that they play, the better they feel. The better they feel more confident. But then you have other players where it's very quick for them to burn out. They could be a little tired. Maybe they don't have the energy that they need to progress through this bracket.
Or maybe they're playing a comp that's a bit out of the ordinary. Having a look at Boogie Boarders, who pulled out that Pathfinder Revenant comp just before. Now, this is something, as they said, they have actually played it before, right? They stormed through the Apex South Split 2 regional finals with it. But it's not something that they have a lot of practice on. So I think having just a few games to sort of, test the limits of it earlier in the day will help them if they decide that that's the play later on.
And as we get set up here, Genome, I also want to ask you another question, because S8UL being another one of those teams where you saw them falter. They fell in, 17th place in that previous lobby. What do you think went wrong? Because this was another team that looked like they were struggling in those first initial 3 matches too.
Yeah, look, this is a team that has done, they had a fantastic group stage, obviously. The winners bracket was the group stage was especially strong for them. But coming into our winners bracket today, yeah, we saw them really fall over.
And I think it's because, again, it was kind of like what we saw from Boogie Boarders, where the first 3 games were on World's Edge, and we still have World's Edge in this series, but it's to close out the day for our final 3 games. That's why when you get to see the diversity of maps that we have in the ALGS, it's not just about adapting around the legend bands, but it's about readjusting around the different maps that we keep swapping over to, too, on top of the POI drafts that you're working with depending on what seed you finish in.
Yeah, they picked Barometer on Stormpoint. That's something that Team Liquid Alienware had been playing from a lot. And, we can think back to both of their results in that particular case from Stormpoint. Not great, Vicky. It's been a rough one. Maybe Barometer is getting a higher priority than it should be at the moment. Maybe teams will go back after this, look at the averages coming out of that POI and say, yeah, look, maybe it's not all it was cracked up to be. But you know what is cracked up? All it's cracked up to be? LAN. ALGS LAN. And this time, we're into the game, and we're going to be seeing the last 10 teams that will join our current team in the match point finals tomorrow.
I thought you were going to say me, honestly, because I'm cracked up for some more Apex as well as our players. Game number 1 within our lower bracket final. Let's get this going. Fnatic had an entourage of a fan group here, taking up so many seats in the arena. And oh my goodness, I mean, we were just talking about a zone like this actually, as we talked about S8UL as well as the City Hall E-District zones.
Yeah, look, just let me just put the crystal ball away for a second here. Don't want anybody to see that. We do, in fact, go towards City Hall. And I was actually just pondering as I said that before, Vicky. Obviously, we've still got every legend available right now. No bans are happening, so, you know, of course, pretty much everyone is on the Newcastle, the Caustic, and the Valkyrie. A couple other changes sprinkled through. The S8 not bucking the trend. They will go for that composition. Now, would you rather, we're going to play a would you rather game here.
Okay, okay.
Would you rather have the zone pull to you in game 1, where you've got the heavy bunker composition, or would you rather have it pull to you in game 6, when people are playing more free-flowing compositions, when a lot of the walls have been removed from the game?
Game number 1, I like to play bunker down because I have the cushion right under my seat, and I know how I have to play throughout the rest of the course of the series. Because again, it's like that game 5 where people play so chaotic because they know what they need, whether they have to play a lot more aggressive, and I don't want to run that risk later in the series when there's so much on the line as Team Mango. Maybe tropical season here for them. I got a lot of mango trees in my backyard, and it looks like Easy Flash Kid, he's taking a bite at Citadel Gaming. Zuni gets finished at the same time here, and it's just harassment for free as he finds the next knock onto Kaishea.
Yeah, they're fighting for position in the zone here. These guys are pretty central, right? Not even that far away from S8UL. Boogie Borders.
Oh my goodness.
Do manage to grab one of the kills there. Looks like that was our Red Bull first strike, and we've got Citadel Gaming going down already. You can see Wolves grabbing some extra loot early on here. But really, we're going to have some fights up here with FaZe as well. Now, this is a team that was very much impressed me over the last couple of days, but just faltered when it mattered most.
Really a team that's like silent but deadly, right? And while this pileup is happening on the north side of the map, it's the control for the ring console that they're fighting for. SBI now, Mike, with the alternator and the purple extended energy bag is all he needs, with some help from Egoist, the Bangalore, and it's only up to Zayn as he tries to fly away, but nowhere to run and nowhere to hide as SBI get the KP, hopefully, as well as the resets as they lost out on their Valkyrie, and look who's prowling about. No one's going to contest this, by the way, even with the ring console behind SBI, because there is such a big pile up over here on the City Hall side.
Yeah, and I think that ring console is probably the reason why they've stayed put.
Yeah.
Okay, Resort is their POI, but they're not moving further southeast where, southeast where they think the ring is probably going to pull, where teams like S8 are playing, because I think they are hoping for that third ring console scan and try and play for a better position that way. As you can see, managed to get the respawn in as well. So everything going according to plan for SBI so far.
I love how aggressive our teams have been playing off the rip in game number 1. Round 1 closing, and we have 17 squads left. Seeing heads drop right off these shoulders. And with NIP now making their rotate, Grow Gaming moving out of heights, they want to play objectives, so they're going to be able to scan that ring console too. A lot of these slower rotating teams like VK Gaming, who like to split loot because they know their backs are cleared. They have gotten the Viaduct survey, as survey beacon, as well as the draft point circle and survey beacon there too to boost up those Evo shields.
Nice little overview of what is likely to be our end zone right now. Got an altar. It's going to be an important factor there. S8 will fear you. They'll have to be watching those void passages if anyone tries a sneaky entry that way.
just hearing the chorus of triple takes ringing in my ear. Love the triple take, especially when you want to utilize it like a shotgun with the hip firing potential that it's got here. But 5 fears. One of the teams looking to bunker down Oblivion. All eyes on Monsoon. The Newcastle coming in together with the Cossack, and Blinkster really does stick to that rate. I feel like I haven't seen Blinkster on any other legend, but they get to walk away with some KP, specifically onto enemy, leaving Fire as a duo.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've had a Wraith ban yet.
We had a good amount of Wraiths.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that he could have played it every single game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you got plenty of other players who might have their strong. What if your strongest legend's Caustic? You get to play him 1, maybe 2 games a series if you're lucky.
Breaks my heart, though, at the same time, because having that flexibility, especially when we have legend bans implemented and you have a Newcastle, that's why you're seeing the Valkyrie in Newcastle. Something that very important that you highlighted in day number 1 on having to slam down the moment you find your own space after the human UAV takes the skies, gets that information through the walls. Let's see if Fire could also reset, by the way, while Unlimit, a team that has had the best performance on E-District thus far in this lobby, just based off of the history of what they've been able to put down throughout the course of this LAN. Already getting into position, going to be able to also get the scan with the Crypto. Fire. Have they been able to reset here as Grow Gaming? They hear them. They don't want to overextend. It looks like Knock is going to be able to take right back towards the portal. Fire is still a duo, so they were trying to look. EMP gets destroyed, though, the moment he tries to press the button. And with an R9 and the bow check in the other hand, Peace just want to try to capitalize off of this. Ring 2 is closing in the next 55 seconds, and Legacy are going to seek them out off the Valkyrie. You could see the pings. Angry Legacy looking to prove themselves to make their way into the finals lobby. They usually always end up doing it here. Nijinov and Nizul drops down. Jaguares on the Cossack. Yanya follows up, gets another knock, only leaving one from Unlimit.
No hiding from those Valkyrie eyes. Once you're in the sky, wall hacks, they've got you in their sights. You can see that Xtuvi's trying to run away here. Oh, did he actually manage to get another one up? I can see 2 crawling around on the map. Either way, Legacy are chasing for kills. Yeah, it was the respawn. Let me check. Were they the
for free? On a silver platter?
Oh, the Crypto player, of course. I mean, yeah, must have just grabbed a quick res.
I mean, we'll take that. You're going to res right next to us, especially remotely. I mean, hasta la vista. As your Lari man trying to play his life. As Nizul finds him again, but this is just Legacy just farming this KP for free.
He actually managed to get out on the evac tower there, so this is one slippery Crypto, but he's left it there with enough time. The Legacy can just straight up follow him on it. And of course, once you're on the evac tower, reactivates the Valk wall hacks. Is he going for another res? Oh my god, he just did it.
No shot. Is this a...
How many KP are you going to feed them here?
Farming Sin? Like, I mean, and they're on the Valkyrie. Like, how far do you think you could go at this point, too, when there's a jump tower right to their backs? They'll be able to have another Valk ult here. He goes for another remote res.
We're back to Season 0 kill races, Vicky. You know, where you just say, oh, yeah, you can respawn. That'll just give me a few more KP. This is ridiculous.
Oh, it's a little crazy here. As Legacy finally take out Unlimit, although I'm pretty sure they would have no issue if they wanted to keep rezzing in front of their face.
Oh my god, we're about to have to introduce new rules.
Hey, by the way, you can't get away with that in ranked.
What was that, like a 5 KP team?
The KP won't even count because you've already gotten them, so if they keep rezzing, it won't count. So anyways, it counts here though, and Legacy are absolutely happy with that one. As now Legacy move on as the zone closes in right behind their backs. Vamos! With the Evil Harvester waiting for them on the edge of zone. And looking at the Mythic bin so far, the closest team to it is VK Gaming. Grow Gaming on the outskirts have already put down the Ultra Portal just in case they need to reset too. Looking at the ring console, though, SPI are going to be able to call that evac too before getting info.
Oh man, they have actually done it. They're going for the Zone 4 scan, and I love this, Vicky, because Zone 3, frankly, wasn't that indicative. Right? It was kind of like, yeah, we knew it was going to go there. It's between all the buildings, it's over all the canals, but we don't have anything specific. Zone 4, this gives them valuable, actionable knowledge.
And this is why they wanted to hold that position onto that north side. They're denying that info for the other teams that want to know where that zone's going to be pulling, forcing them to overextend to get maybe another ring console play on the outskirts here, as VKG have settled over by the waters, while Verhos is going to be able to get that mythic bin, hide behind that Newcastle shield.
Too easy for Crazy Thieves. No points just yet, but you can bet your bottom dollar they'll be getting a couple coming their way. Surely, with this kind of armament, CRT are set up for success now. Not only that, Vicky, but Zone's actually pretty close to them. They haven't scanned it. They just went past the ring console. Of course, that'd be an extremely risky place to try and take a scan. Did that get in there?
Yeah! Whoa. Oh, he hit it from the back of the new team.
Like, come on.
I mean, off to the other side, too, right? It makes it even better when you don't have too strong of an arm to make it on the other side of the Newcastle shield, so it actually forces them to play in the front while Grow Gaming, they call in the double evac just in case a team wants to try to destroy one. They have the other two. As Grow Gaming are trying to find their spot, they do not have a Valkyrie. They do not know what is safe. As we jump into a listening with Grow Gaming.
The one is cutting off.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make it either. You can wall to me. You can wall to me. Yeah, I'm walling you. I'm walling you. Knocked. Walling you. Knocked. Good. Try if you can, Keon.
They went back to the building. Pretty sure they all. I cracked 6
I'm at the back. Mechany knocked. Can I help? Can I help?
I queued up top left here. Call the gas. Okay. I'm playing towards Keon.
I'm arcing on them. Arcing on their Q. Arcing on their. I stun one. I'm playing right.
I have a Q too. I
stun one. Stun one. I'm playing left. I'm playing left. Playing left. Knocked.
I'm behind them. On me.
Ben, what the fuck? Show
two of them are one.
No, castles. Bro, I did 0 damage. The guy was behind me when I took your Q, man.
I mean, that's what happens when you go for a risky play like this. You don't really know what's safe. You're playing split up too. Miscommunication, but now picking up some free KP as NIP look to reset. Aurora in a fight too. Still full blue evos with the Newcastle all right behind them.
I mean, NIP needs some grats for that. Are you kidding me? They got like 170 damage done to them before they'd even turn their backs around, and they still somehow wiped the fight in like, what, 5 seconds?
They were able to restabilize super quick too when they were already stationed up inside that side house with the caustic. It comes in clutch, which is why the Stinky Man is utilized so much in these first games. Newcastle and Caustic, by the way, are tied for the pick rate of this first game, while Fire Straits do get eliminated. Fnatic getting even more KP for themselves, trying to start off strong here. I believe they have like 2 KP or so just off of that alone. SBI still control over the bridge for now, while Fnatic have to eventually start moving into that next zone.
They've got some ground to cover ahead of them, Vicky. Absolutely, one of their APAC North colleagues just ahead, SBI. And Ninjas in Pajamas now moving from behind. And we've also got Oblivion watching from just about the cusp of the ring. Still 14 teams in this, and SBI actually are forced to take the Void Nexus all the way back.
I think the reason why they want to do this, though, is because they know NIP are right behind them, and they heard Fnatic originally. They could just use that to reset to go right behind NIP and sandwich them instead. As you see, Wolves Esports gets eliminated. Blinkster with the Kraber. Now gets the knock onto Yuka.
Yeah, apparently the ground in front of them was filled with mythic weapons, unfortunately. Not exactly the kind of terrain you want to cover.
Oh, look at the feed, too. Monsoon with a charge rifle. It wouldn't be Monsoon without it, honestly. Name a better duo than Monsoon and a charge rifle in his hand, while Fnatic keep playing Ring Around the Rosie, taking turns to see who gets these reses. Talk about the Ultra Portal, trying to go right through it, as Egoist is the last one alive for SBI. They have 5 total KP for this team. While we get to see Phony getting a knock with that nade. Cannon as well. A lot of these teams are dropping while Jen Burden follows up with the caustic gas. They're holding it down here for Crazy Thieves. And you talk about the Mythic bin. They got the card in their hand. Phony gonna be able to remotely pick that up thanks to the Ultra Passive.
How good does that feel? when you get a mythic weapon from that gift from the Rift.
And we also had Verhos originally, too, open up that Mythic bin that we saw earlier, like uncontested right there in front of a lot of teams who were still making their way into the zone. With 12 spots left, they have the high ground, don't want to overextend. They're playing this safely from within the building. SBI Esports do get eliminated. 11 squads left. And there's about 3 teams or so in this next zone. Specifically Kinotrope, Crazy Thieves, VK Gaming, Legacy, though, are making a move, taking to the skies to get the information that they need to see where they could station up.
Yeah, okay, so it looked like Keenatro were just playing the low ground there, well within the zone, but might net them an easy top 5, but perhaps a hard top 1. Lots of teams now being forced into uncomfortable positions. Oblivion making it even more uncomfortable, chasing them down, pushing Legacy away from them.
But they're going to be forced to move up eventually with Legacy looking at not only Oblivion, but playing a little bit split up to make sure that their rotate into the edge of zone could be cleared up, because 5 Fears are also coexisting on the other side of VK Gaming, where there's a lot of open ground, but the teams now coming in from the north side of the zone, it's going to be a bloodbath. Fnatic now looking for that opportunity to move forward, because they know Oblivion's waiting for them. Team Mango take to the skies. You can see a lot of these Valkyrie teams now moving up, or even these Raid players. Maybe Oblivion themselves is trying to move in.
But what goes up must come down, and where will they find their landing spots? Caustic Ultimate's being expended right now. Barrel's going out to try and buy space. Fnatic with 3 points need more than that. They have to get through, if not for themselves, then for all of the fans here in the crowd.
And getting the res onto Yuka, the get down, Mr. President, Newcastle Grand Slam, to at least try to get some cover, but it's opened onto that side. They're trying to play around the barrels for some extra makeshift cover. Can they get this reset? Keenatro being right next to them, the Thermite. But even if they poke, there's still another team looking down on them.
Buff 5th going off with the R99 there. Oblivion nicely bunkered up here, but they are having to fight someone who is also prepared.
Backdoor grenade right there at their backs, finding some more of these knocks. S8UL get eliminated. Oblivion picking up that full team, while Yuka, Fnatic still trying to play their lives behind these Newcastle walls. They're literally going back and forth with these reses.
Yeah, I mean, there's these altar portals coming in and out. They never know when they're safe.
Crypto drone.
Yeah, S8 as the City Hall team going down in 10th is not a good result for them. Fnatic now looking for the angle.
Oblivion looking at them from the other side. NIP stare right down the barrel as Oblivion get eliminated. Everybody was looking at them between NIP and 5F. Now moving towards the side that Oblivion was holding originally. They know that there is a team hugging that wall.
Yeah, so you can see how Keenatro, it's a good spot, but as soon as someone puts a bit too much pressure in there, throws some grenades in, you're done.
That was a beautiful timing, by the way, on the mobile shield from the Newcastle. Now NIP, who they thought they could just climb up, even though they didn't get any knock, trying to fully commit. McLovin, the last one alive here. He does get a knock. He gets a second one, and he clutches, taking out 5 Fears. You can see Fnatic, though, they're fixated still on the team right next to them. It was Keenatro originally, but this deviates their attention from what NIP are trying to do with the reset right at their feet.
Yeah, Crazy Thieves, they are farming some kills up the top, though. Fnatic, they've got their attention split in multiple directions. They're worried about ninjas in pajamas coming from behind, just like this. Keenatro Gaming go down.
And NIP now move up instead. Fnatic had stayed alive long enough to even get another Newcastle wall. McLovin having to be careful, trying to play around these caustic traps, building up that space, because no other team is staring at them as they destroy the Newcastle wall right in front of them. Mozem's out. Yuka moves up. He gets the following knock. The crowd giving them their energy as Libo Ace with the hipfire shots. The Newcastle clutch off the double res is all they need.
They're just buying time, but Crazy Thieves are waiting all of this out. They're up on the high ground. They need to get down here right now, but no, they're letting the zone push Fnatic to them.
Thank you very much, Fnatic, because Crazy Thieves come in for the first game dub of our Elimination Bracket 2.
Clap for the boys. Feel like we're starting to get some of that Big E energy back. Feels like it's been missing for a little while, but all of a sudden, Crazy Thieves come alive. And Fnatic, despite coming second, I think they played that incredibly well. It was so hard to have Altar Portals trying to abduct you from one side of that wall, to have ninjas in pajamas coming up from the bottom canals and always threatening. Somehow they fend all of them off at once. Colonel Garcia, hero on the Newcastle with those reses, keeps them alive and gets them going into a second place with 5 kills.
I mean, did you see it? Like, Fnatic literally playing for their lives. How many reses did we see them dancing around the older Newcastle, the original one, while looking at Kenotrope, while looking at the teams fighting right below that hill that you saw the teams moving up on them originally from NIP when they came out on top after they also took out Oblivion? It was a lot going on here, but it was Crazy Thieves that went uncontested on the high ground.
I mean, let's just think for a second about the fact that McLovin pulled off that clutch, and how many kills and how many placement points did that decision manage to net ninjas in pajamas? I mean, they finished with 17. I'd say they'd barely have hit double digits if that wasn't for him.
Total being able to get more of that KP. Crazy Thieves, Jen with the 8 KP too. I mean, he is on the Caustic, not so surprising there. But it's about Crazy Thieves who have woken up at the very start of the series, which is something that we hadn't seen throughout the course of the tournament.
Jen Burton has 8 kills.
Yep.
So look, Big E energy, sure, but right now he is in the shadow of that man.
It's because Jen Burton's saying he's coming for Samantha instead. It's going to be a different look here, maybe. I mean, that's what I said when it comes to the Caustic, though, right? Are you so surprised when you have so many teams trying to push onto your building?
Yeah, well, look, talking about picks, the thing that stood out to me about that top 3 there, Vicky, was the fact that 2 of the teams were running Altar. Everyone sitting here on the Valk, 2 out of the top 3 teams are going for Altar. That's such an interesting decision and such a weight towards the top of that lobby.
Goes hand in hand with the way that we were playing on E-District, right? When you start off the gates on E-District, what kind of compositions do these teams want to roll out with looking at their POI draft? The Altar allowing for a lot more of these resets, but when you know that there's so many buildings to coexist in on E-District, you have to be careful for some pesky kidnaps, but also amazing potential resets here. That was just game number 1 on E-District. Don't go anywhere. We got game number 2 going back to E-District on the other side of this break.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need syringe, Reset. We're good, chill.
We win this.
Lots of teams.
Look for kills.
We have zone. We have to go crazy.
Yeah.
We can get some kills here. Look at it.
Yeah. Don't underneath.
Wait. Let him rest.
Reset.
Swing it. Swing the running.
Dead. That's
Let him come, let him come, bro. Let him come, let him come. Let's go, baby.
Welcome back, everyone, with the blazing comms here. From Crazy Thieves to steal that first game, they cleared their backs, they cleared Legacy, and you could hear the comms, let him res, some more KP to set us up nice after taking that win with not only 12 KP, but 12 additional points to add.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. Was 8 not enough? We're at the end of the game. He's obviously the kill leader at this point, and he is still greedy for more. And, I mean, you know why. You know, because all 3 members of that team have lifted the trophy before, Vicky, and they want to do it again.
This was like Verhos tweeted, like last night. Oh, I get it now. Welcome back. Welcome back. Maybe a little late, but better late than never, I always say. And they're looking fantastic to open up our series. Last chance opportunity. Top 10 teams will make their way to the match point finals lobby. That starts tomorrow for our championship. But we have to say goodbye to another 10 teams, and they want to find themselves a nice, comfy spot in that top 10.
That was hella cryptic. Like, I don't know, the way you said it then was like you knew exactly what he meant. I had no idea what he meant.
I mean, I guess it's like, well, I didn't really get what he meant like that either, but I mean, just based off of his gameplay alone, it speaks for itself, and that's how you open up the day? All right. We got some Fnatic fans, obviously, in the crowd. Phase up. We have the Believers coming through as well.
Wow. There's four teams on that side. 3 of them are APAC South.
I saw the phase up. I saw the phase up.
I
let you take the rest of them.
Yeah.
That's how it works, Gino.
Trying to balance out the bias here. Hopefully we land somewhere in the middle.
With the amount of amazing fans in this crowd, though, it's hard. You got favorites all over the place, giving them their energy. And I think it's important to note the amount of teams from each region that has been able to make their way either to the finals lobby and even here in this last chance qualifier for our Elimination 2 round 2.
Yeah, so if we look at the winners bracket, we actually had 3 from EMEA, 5 from NA, and only 1 from both APAC South and APAC North. In this lobby, there's good representation from all 4 regions, but of course it is the APAC South and APAC North ones that we hope will get through just to even things out and give everyone, you know, that hometown hero to root for, someone to cheer on tomorrow.
Trying to be that representative for their region as we get started once again on E-District. I don't want to see the farming sim, though. You're doing your herbal runs here. Your herb runs, rather, honestly, but the way that Legacy was playing, they made themselves sit down in that top 3 spot. But it's about that dub. They did secure a good amount of that KP. You'll be able to walk away with that. It's like a Christmas coming round 2. And as we get to take a look at where this zone's going to be pulling this time around, let's get started. Game number 2. I like this lead that we're currently seeing thus far already for Crazy Thieves. 24 points. That was with 12 KP. NIP, you were just talking about the clutch moments, as NIP have been able to finish that off with 10 KP, even with Fnatic coming in second with 5 KP and a total of 14 points.
Yeah, look, it was a 36-point cutoff when we looked at the winners bracket. So, you know, maybe we're expecting something similar to that here. It's a very tight lobby, though. So if Crazy Thieves do start to run away with it, that total might drop down just a little.
And with Caustic being banned next, right, you get to see the Ramparts coming out, Newcastle. Not going to be sent to jail just yet because you're going to have the Valkyries out to try to help reposition with those Newcastle Grand Slam walls, as well as the altar that I love that you pointed out too, right? A different game plan here as we get to see Crazy Thieves still up for that composition with the Rampart now.
One team playing Rampart in the previous game, Vicky. That was actually VKG. They've stuck onto it. Lots of other teams have joined them.
But the circle is chaotic, pulling towards the outskirts of Energy Bank, more towards that northeastern side. You already know the teams like Fnatic, FaZe. FaZe do get that ring console. They'll have information, as well as Fnatic over by the survey beacon if FaZe do want to push from that direction. But they'll probably prio that Evo Harvester that's to their south. But I'm specifically looking at the Galleria with a survey beacon and ring console of information that NIP could get on their rotate too.
Yep, you can get through there with Alta as well, so plenty of those teams can make that scan and then just zoom straight in. Of course, it won't end in Galleria. Chances of that are 0%. It almost certainly is going to be an Energy Bank finish.
especially closer to those bridges and that northern choke that we've seen so many times. A lot of teams taking these evac towers, already flying in, while Citadel Gaming looking to make the comeback here after what we witnessed in that first match. The first team to fall, by the way, they were getting picked apart. I believe it was like Boogie Borders that were able to beam them with a G7 before Boogie Borders met them back in the lobby. Here's that information, though, when you talk about that ring console. Over by Draft Point, they were looking up Fire Strays originally. I don't believe they had access to that survey beacon. I know Legacy's coming from their south.
Speaking of Legacy, they finished up with 7 kills in the last game, Vicky. But that was just one team wipe. What's going on? My brain's not connecting the dots here.
Can't get away with it in range. I can't believe it. It's like literally a present delivered at their feet. Thank you very much, Crypto. And Legacy did try to show their face, but they got the zip line right there, the balloon to take, and they're already pinging the team that they're looking onto before they make their next rotate. There is also that Evo Harvester if they haven't been able to obtain that already, and it looks like Citadel Gaming are upset after game number 1. Holding forward to closing the gap right now. You can see the pings, because they know a zone like this that a lot of these teams want to hold these chokes because they'll safely be behind these rampart walls, and because Newcastle is obviously still available, a lot of cover that you can make for yourself. I hear the Sheila coming in from Citadel, but they don't want to give up the space just yet too early because another team could technically wrap from right behind them.
A nice spot south of Energy Bank where a couple of teams might try and push through. Unlimited don't have the altar, so they can't just, you know, funnel in through any wall that happens to be under 30 meters. A team like Legacy, or sorry, Citadel, who wants to gatekeep, will be quite effective against them. They just have to deal with the EMP, and then the drills, and then, you know, maybe the electrified Bangalore. Oh, it's not that much.
Or maybe the Sheila with the amount of ramparts that we have. Literally 16 ramparts, by the way, tied together with a Newcastle. It was a similar case in our last game with Caustic taking the lead there in that ban where it was all the Caustics, all the Newcastles. Now Rampart showing their face instead. SBI now moving up onto the high ground. In the distance, we do see FaZe. They've gotten ahead in terms of their rotation, but their goal from FaZe specifically is going to be able to get that ring console, as well as that survey beacon that we noted from the teams that wanted to rotate on the north side of the zone where Lotus is. Even Grow Gaming, when we talk about Galleria and playing objective, if you know you want to take this slower depending on how your first game went, they could get that information from that own ring console, maybe leave the Galleria ring console for the next zone since they know their backs are cleared and they could just hold on to that for now.
Yeah. It's a plan of attack right there. Yeah, a couple of ring consoles around. As you mentioned, FaZe Clan edging closer to 1 right now. I guess that's what happens with central zones, though, as well, right? Like, not as many teams will die early. There's not a crush to get into one particular side of the map. And, you know, of all the maps, Energy Bank is, I'm trying to think, probably the largest central POI. It's no Cascade Falls. There's a lot of room for everybody. So, you know, you pile in. It's kind of like a central Skyhook, in a way.
Yeah, there's just a lot of open space when you're really down in the middle, closer to where the replicator usually is. Got to be careful with so many areas that coexist, and with the amount of ramparts there are, don't hold that door unless you got a barrier, maybe even a Newcastle wall right there too, because you know it's going to just get blasted down as S8UL actually in the middle of what I was talking about before, but they're looking behind them. With a lot of the long-range weapons in terms of the weapon compositions that we've been able to witness, diversity in the rare 30-30, but it's mostly that G7. You hear the triple take. If you're Monsoon, you got that charge rifle ready to go.
Well, a very lovely man just handed me a cup of tea, so I hope the players in the booth over there are keeping their hands warm as well. Hope they had the hand warmers ready to go and make sure the trigger fingers are primed, because I tell you what, it's pretty cold here in Sapporo, Vicky, and these are potentially conditions that the players are not that used to.
No, gather around the campfire, because they're going to sing the campfire song here underneath a lot of these buildings where they could just station up and not move from the spot here. If anything, maybe try to gatekeep more of these teams that want to just play objective and get that information. They're not going to be moving anywhere, so you could expect them to get a little chilly before they start going into that next zone for the teams that do not have that information. do not want to risk putting themselves in a bad spot, especially closer to where we see SBI located. The Crazy Thieves, you're just waiting to see where that next zone pool is going to be because they only have access to where this zone is currently right now.
I mean, SBI got that 4th zone information last game, and they didn't actually manage to do a lot. They got a couple of kills, funnily enough. A couple of those coming from the start of the game, if you'll remember, when they managed to defend the ring console. But it was interesting that that play, unfortunately, didn't work out too well for them. FaZe Clan, it looks like they are dueling with Grow Gaming over this ring console that we've highlighted a couple of times now in Galleria. It is hot property.
This is what I was looking forward to, because I knew that, especially looking at where that zone pool is going to be, the teams that did have that info do not want other squads to have that same amount of information here. Boogie Borders looking to engage, and with a gold alternator at that in the hands of the Young Gun legend Metro. In his first land, looking to make a statement now. Last chance opportunity here in this game too. While Monsoon, it isn't the charge drive. Instead, it is the triple take. Putting that down for now, but it's going to be Raki. Also looking fantastic with his own alternator. Purple Mac here for him to work with. They want to break down that Newcastle wall. Maybe go in for a counter slam here, but while this fight takes its time, they know that they're safe, but they have to eventually start moving in once the zone closes up in the next second. As their backs are closed up, VK Gaming could try to contest here if they take too long.
I mean, weirdly enough, at that range, you actually probably don't mind not having the double tap activated, but who's this? Someone's coming off the back for Boogie Borders. It looks like it's Citadel Gaming? Oh my god, through the Void Passage!
No, and he cannot
soon he pays for it!
No way. And now the EMP from Kenotrope, that's what we were wondering too with a long fight. Now Kenotrope have the green light. Boogie Borders looking to reset as Kenotrope see that they're too late to the fight. They've lost out on Vols, and now they have to take the ultimate right back around. They're going to be able to try to spawn out that altar, and they do bring the altar back.
I mean, eyes on the back of their heads. They were fully focused on the team in the choke ahead of them, and somehow they just turn around and Thanos snap Citadel out of existence.
I like how patient they played that too, because they were playing off the stairwell as well, right? You want to add in more of that pressure, bring more of that noise and attention, and with so many altars, you have the reset potential. You know that some teams could afford to go in for an int, but a team that can't int right now as a duo is going to be Legacy. May not be gifted the KP that they were gifted in the last game. It's up to Yanya, who's trying to pop an accelerator. There's so many triple takes. Oblivion, SRL, Legacy literally hiding in the crumb of the Newcastle wall before they could try to fly away.
I mean, yeah, we're getting the physical representation of the crossfire right there. Both teams in the buildings just making sure that that cover is disheveled. Looking a bit derelict. If we want to go with the Zoolander reference.
I want to say SAT. Okay. It's been years. That's Boogie Borders. We're looking ahead. Let's take a look at our Red Bull First Strike replay for the first team that has collapsed in our game number 2. I love this fight. We get to watch it all over again. It was Boogie Borders who had taken another rotation, but when we had swapped over, it was Citadel who had tried to go for a play with the altar portal, and this is the time when Kenotrope moves up. Kashaya couldn't go anywhere. I mean, you're a Rampart. Good luck had gotten eliminated in that time.
So this happens sometimes where there's just, you're a little bit too high. It's not on ground level, and you see Zuni take a bunch of damage, and then he tries to jump back, but it's too far, and he gets knocked before he can.
And here with Nox, going to be able to put down that portal before getting that followed up knock. It's going to be 2 out for FaZe. The reset immediately from Grow Gaming, as they don't want to overextend because they know there's another team. It is Legacy who have tried to go in for that reset. All 3 members of Legacy are up, and Unlimit have shown their face in this fight. Looking beyond, it's about the info for the survey beacon here too. Lovely G7 shots, but avoiding that last shot as the altar takes that portal down.
Now, of course, Unlimited. They aren't here for the survey beacon, Vicky. Sorry, the ring console, should I say. They're just here for kills. They're like, well, everyone else is piling into this place and trying to get some zone info. Haha! KP for us.
And then you're going to have all these teams that are trying to survive and coexist in Energy Bank. Meanwhile, Aurora, by the way, has that Mythic bin right next to them. Let's see if they can safely get it with no teams looking at them from the side of Galleria. And with Legacy looking at FaZe now. Want to be able to get this KP after having a little bit of a slower start. To get that one single KP, still 19 squads left with round 3 closing in.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming, the only team to be removed so far as we get to round 4. Partly it's teams playing conservatively, they're lying. Partly it is this energy bank zone.
Bro also get that reset that we just saw right there from the spawn. He had the altar portal just to be able to take that. Nexus coming in clutch. As FaZe get eliminated, this is the bloodbath. As the circle closes up. Grow Gaming now on the outskirts. Legacy backing away. They feel the pressure as Unlimit look on to Grow Gaming, who are stuck in the middle. But Unlimit also has their other priorities. They want to try to moving into that southern zone.
Okay, let's ramp it up. We are about to have at least 10 squads go down in this next zone. There are not a lot of spaces to play. We're all going central. Wolves, they're sitting pretty. Everyone else is about to get into it.
Res for res, though. You can see the crypto drones flying as Legacy are hiding behind the rampart walls. Grow Gaming now move up. Hugwadis has to reset. Now is just popping the shield back after Nizul is able to pop it first. He's got the amp with the extra armor here. They're playing around the extra cover from the mobile beacon, but they have to eventually move up. Look at this zone, as it's going to eventually start closing up to their south, but Unlimit are blocking them, and Grow Gaming, they back away with their own portal next.
Yeah, so much for the ring console. Way too much going on here for anybody to bother with that. They just want to live. Teams starting to go towards center zone. 1 or 2 teams have altered for it already, but Unlimit still here, still causing problems for Legacy and Grow Gaming.
And while Unlimit look at Grow Gaming, they already know that there is still Legacy that could wrap up right behind them. VK Gaming have been looking at this fight and hearing the whole time. Beautiful shots onto that crypto drone just in case the EMP comes out.
Yeah, because VKG have got options, right? They can go up and try and grab some KP, but they can also swing around down to the south.
It's really crazy here because when you take a look at their composition, they're not one of the teams with the altar, right? They can't just go through the wall. They have the rampart looking like they're in some trouble, though, as Casa gets taken out and finished by ninjas in pajamas. While Crazy Thieves, uninterrupted, just looking at the teams right in front of them. They see the care pack, too. And let's jump into a listen-in with Crazy Thieves after they just won that game number 1.
We need to kill this, we need to kill this. Make it fight each other, they're gonna fight each other. Cunning, just play to me, play to me.
I'm making it. We're good.
Mad.
No, the zone.
Right in front of us. Okay.
Keep back. Come.
We're gonna go left. Triple left, bottom.
I'm ready. Go.
Ready, 3, 2.
Take it. Rampart. Good. I was on that.
You're good.
Moving forward. Swing up. Come to me.
Do an accident.
I'm dead. Come to me.
Okay.
Just went underneath that bridge. We're chilling.
Oh no, what a mess before trying to push in. Jet isolated. Crazy Thieves get eliminated. 15 squads left. And you talk about the chaos here in Energy as Fnatic hiding behind a bin. Newcastle wall galore as well as a rampart wall set up. Unlimit hiding behind their own wall with NIP coexisting right next to them.
Yeah, I mean, Unlimit, they've stolen the wall for someone else, but they certainly do have control of it right now. Xtuvi grabs both banners. He's right on the beacon. He can't get the reset.
They ain't gonna let that happen. And they don't care about the free KP. They care about the placement at this point when there's so many teams around them. Fnatic still hiding behind the box as 5F jump on top of the wall, looking down right in front of them. SBI get eliminated. 12 squads left. Boogie Borders still on the edge, looking at NIP2. Kino Trope looking at Fnatic, trying to sandwich them from the other side of 5 Fears.
Yeah, 5 Fears getting griefed, though. Looked like they were about to put paid to Fnatic, but no, scared off by maybe Team Mango. Looking at them from within the zone. Fnatic doesn't mean their woes are over just yet, though. They've got Kenotrope just ahead of them now. And every time we look at them, they are in a corner. Someone is making them sit there. Bad behavior from Fnatic, despite their good showing in the first game.
And they haven't been able to get any KP here, too. They've just been feeling non-stop pressure. And Fafafi feeling the pressure himself. Literally, look at that health. It's breathe on him, and he'll get sent down, but he pops a shield back. As Fnatic forced to play off this low ground, looking at the team right next to them, the zone closing right behind their backs. It's round 5, and there's still so many teams outside of the zone.
Yeah, and it feels like it's round 5 for Fnatic, just barely surviving in a corner. Like, how are they still alive? Left, right, doesn't matter where they go. There are teams ahead of them, and they can't make it. It's going to be Mango to finish the job. 5 Fears say, we've had enough of this, and go north.
What the? Look at this building and cover that they've built up. Build a house, they said. As Yuka backing away, being on that crypto. The drone has been destroyed, the last one left, and Wolves are just gonna walk up, take what they need here. Gonna try to be an attempt on the reset with 8 squads left, but it's at least slightly isolated. But the same thing cannot be said about Boogie Boarders, who have been farming this lobby over to the north side against Oblivion and Grow Gaming.
Yeah, damn straight they have. If we look at the damage stats for this game, it is Metro on top, 1,800. Pana following him on 1,600. They have been absolutely shredding people, but it's not just them. It's Wolves as well, holding that mid spot in the zone. Oh my god, the map is just so barren right now. It's Wolves, and then it is everybody else holding onto a Skerrick on the outside.
Dude, KP galore, by the way. Like, No Name out here with 6 KP on the Valk. We just talked about Metro, who had 5 before. The coexisting of Boogie Boarders holding onto the roof as Grow Gaming, they wanted to get out of that chaos before coming right back around off the portal to re-engage after they hear the fights. But Legacy, they rather stay uninvolved because they know a fight is inevitable to their south between Wolves and Five Fears.
Yeah, Legacy, you can see they're covering themselves from the top with those new improved rampart walls, just at the same time as they're using Sheila to try and destroy the people in front of them. So many people about to come out of this building. Wolves are looking at them, but they're also worrying about their one main threat, Five Fears behind them.
Rampart is my sleep paralysis demon for a reason, and every time I hear that Sheila, I get a little scared here. But Wolf Esports, after being able to hold down the ground inside this building, loot boxes at their feet. They're out for blood as Oblivion make their move off of that Wraith portal. They have repositioned right on top of Legacy. They stop Yanya. He's forced to drop down behind the rampart walls. But Boogie Boarders, as they land right on top of their heads, they're in trouble. Metro, the last one alive. They cannot clutch. They go out in 6th place. 5 spots left. And it's Wolves looking at 5 Fears while the 3-way pileup between Legacy, Grow Gaming continue.
Yeah, 9 kills for Boogie Boarders will put a smile on their faces. But Wolves finally take that fight against 5 Fears. It's 5 Fears who make the first move, though. He's got the missiles out, gets caught sleeping. 5 Fears will take the southern position.
And 5 Fears have cleared the southern side of this zone. It's all up to them to 3P, as there's only one member of Oblivion, and it's a matter of time as 5 Fears are your Game 2 winners.
Well, 5 Fears, they were the only person that Wolves were worrying about, the only team, and it seems like they were all 5 of their fears at that point because they unfortunately go down. I've got to say, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the fact that it was like the millisecond that missile swarm came out and your gun gets packed away, they went in, and that was literally the amount of time that they required to wipe Wolves.
It really helps out when your POI is energy bank too, right? And you're able to find that position relatively early. Harassing what we saw from the other side of Fnatic with Kinotrope to their backs as Kinotrope do land in settlement, so they were also able to take that back end position. Being able to finish off with not only the dub, but 7 KP. Oblivion with Monsoon, by the way, surviving to 2nd place goes huge since they were able to get that 5 KP.
Yep, 9 placement points, not too bad on the back of that either, hey. So, here is our last chance qualifier winners, the Boogie Boarders. In at the last moment, but they might be here till the last if they keep playing like this. 9 kills for those boys in our second game, as well as 5,000 damage. Big damage differential as well. I mean, it all started with that incredible fight against Citadel Gaming. And I mean, yeah, wow. Like, that was probably one of the coolest Red Bull first strikes we've seen, I think, so far, Vicky. I mean, the way that Citadel moved in, you were like, oh, they've completely caught them off guard. But all of a sudden, Boogie Boarders show us that they are not done yet.
It was like the Lace interview power-up, right? Look at Metro feeling himself. Love to see it here as we take a look at the series results. Crazy Steves were still able to get some KP on the board. 13 KP in total. I mean, not as much as we saw from that first game, but that's how you get things started with 5 Fears, tying things up with 25 points. It's already looking a little congested here on the upper half of this lobby.
Yeah, we're saying we wouldn't mind a couple of APAC South and APAC North teams to start joining their brethren coming into tomorrow. Certainly it seems like APAC South is on track with Boogie Borders, Team Mango, and Wolves now slipping into that top 10. 5 years as well, actually, there. So APAC North, a little work to do. Unlimit, certainly one of the teams that we were hoping would pop off here, as well as Fnatic.
And I believe we saw the Newcastle and Rampart that were tied for that Legend selection in game number 2, which means I believe the Newcastle, looking at game number 1, will be banned next, which is detrimental since we're still got more E-District to go. This also could mean that we're not going to see as many Valkyries, maybe even more Altars like you talked about, kidnapping opportunities, but the reset potentials to try to int on a team before going right back to the portal.
I mean, Altar's been a massive factor so far. Always kind of is on E-Districts, right? I mean, how many cool plays did we see there with the Altar in our Energy Bank second zone? Well, here we go. That's 2 games in. Why don't we go to a little break here and we'll come back with more Apex and our last E-District map in just a second. See you then, guys.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
Get the military finger. Top, jump, pot up like on 10. Now, young gunshot.
ต้องโดดใส่แล้วต้องโดดใส่มา1 2 3กูยิงซ้ายมาได้ผ่านเลือดแค่เลือด2ตัวเดียวตายกูเทก่อนไม่ได้กูมาข้างหน้ากูกูยิงซ้ายมาซ้ายล่างที่ผ่านเดียวเฮียพอดีสับ
2 games done in the lower bracket final here in the beautiful city of Sapporo in our day 3 of the ALGS Championship. 1 more game to go on E-District to see where our teams settle before we make the transition onto World's Edge.
That's right, Vicky. We've got 4 games left and we are getting ever closer to eliminating another 10 teams. We had massive names go out in elimination round 1 earlier today, and we are going to have even more joining them here. It's a little crazy, this finals lobby that we're going to end up with. We've got plenty of the favorites in there, don't you worry, but yeah, for those who like dark horses, for those who like it to be a little bit more of a surprise, well, I don't think you're going to be disappointed either.
No, I'm honestly seeing how World's Edge was prioed in terms of POI draft for a lot of these teams means that the action is just starting here in the series, right? 2 games done, and we already get to see teams soaking up a lot more of those points. Looking at 5F, though, specifically, I really like those comms coming at the very end. They were very patient through energy. That is their POI. and we get to see their faces. They were popping up earlier on in those comms, getting a little sleepy, but it's time to wake up after that dub. Got 7 KP. Newcastle, by the way, once again, will not be played anymore. He's back in jail for now after game number 2 before we get started here on E-District. I also like the vibes here from Crazy Thieves. Oni smiling, was feeling himself just earlier after taking that first game.
Yeah, it's a nice little change, isn't it, from some of the vibes we got almost all the way up until like the final game of groups, basically.
Think about that mentality and being able to find that confidence. You got to ride with that momentum. It really started kickstarting for them at the end of the day yesterday. A little late, but this is the climb that they've decided to take. Got to hold on to that #1 spot, though, because it's not only about transitioning with the top 10 teams into that finals lobby, but you also want to have at least some sort of seeding priority when you come out of the elimination lower bracket final.
Having a quick look at the scan of the scoreboard right now, and Citadel Gaming are sitting on a donut. Yeah. And that's not the one playing for Wolves right now, Vicky. That is a 0 points, and I am flabbergasted by that, to say the least. Zuni was one of the kill leaders. Citadel as a team were looking strong. How have they ended up in this situation? Look, 2 games in, 4 games is more than enough for them to group their stocks up into that top 10, but wow, that is a rough start for them.
The fans here too, getting creative. Wolves Esports having a lot of fans trying to give them their energy. No name specifically being called out, but it's 5F over in their POI of energy. Where will this zone be taking us here in energy? We keep talking about how often we see these northwestern circles. As we take a quick pause here before the action really kicks off on E-District. Hopefully our players are loaded and ready to go, but while we get settled, look at this beautiful crowd in Sapporo. There are so many heads to count, and it's the second to last stage, Just imagine what this arena is going to look like and sound like for our finals.
Right? I mean, I know a couple of people who said, yeah, I might just turn up for Sunday. So the fact that we've got the this many fans here for Saturday is a very, very good omen. Also, it means that they're way more dedicated than the other fans I was mentioning.
Look at this. They're still coming out. VK Gaming. They want to see it. Do it again. VK Gaming having a great year thus far, but being able... Oh, my goodness. Look at the... Hold up. Hold up. I like what we're seeing here. Got the Sasuke pictures, too. Love the artists that we have in the crowd.
They always have such a dedicated fan contingent here, and I love this. The you know, that's clearly not an old flag. They've literally got them there holding that EWC trophy. #1 gamers. And we've talked about some of the other, heavyweights that have gone home, and BKG, I mean, they have to be in that conversation. It has been a big worried with, QQ taking that break and how that was going to affect the team, but I think the consensus was still that, what was it? To quote Jayhawk, I think it was like, you don't forget how to play the game. And the fact they've come in here and looked a little bit shaky throughout this tournament has given us some pause. So look, it's not over for VK just yet, but 4 points on the board after 2 games does give them quite a bit of work to do. 36 was our previous cutoff, so, if we take that, it's something like 32 points more now that VKG would need across the next 4 games. 8 points a game, Vicky.
Why don't we take a look at the stats, too, just highlighting how all of our teams have been able to move up the way that they have, especially on a map like E-District. It's going to be Crazy Thieves versus our Game 2 winners, 5 Fears. So Game 1 winners versus our Game 2 winners specifically. And the difference maker, too, with 13 KP going at the hands of Crazy Thieves. And we did see Jen pop off on that Caustic, 8 KP specifically for him. Well, we get to see 5 Fears try to replicate that with 7 KP in total.
Yeah, I bet
10 KP, rather, yeah.
I bet he loves Game 1. I bet he loves getting let off the leash like that. An aggro character, the best aggro character in Apex Legends right now, you'd have to say. I mean, it's weird because he's a controller character, but the way that his util works is just devastating. And obviously, Jen Burton is one man who knows how to use that to his fullest extent. And there's one of his fans right now.
I love it. Our fans have been coming out in waves. I have to highlight, when you talk about Jen and the Caustic, I had to look at the damage immediately. 5 Fears still have more damage over Crazy Thieves after that second game, but the team that has the most damage is actually Oblivion, and you could guess why, right? With Monsoon and those snipers, he's got like 9.1k damage done, but he's in the top 5 with the rest of his squad, sitting with 21 points. They gotta get those placement points aside from the KP and even the damage farming that they have been doing. As we get started, guys, thank you so much for your patience. Let's get this game number 2 rolling with 5 Fears. Once again, your winners of game number 2 to start things off for us. And I like where this zone is pulling, because you could see a zone like this. You could see, all right, let's go start moving over to City Hall, maybe play off the ring consoles if you don't have that information. But for the teams that do have that information, because there won't be a ring console this game around over by Galleria, like we saw earlier on. But Oblivion landing to the southwest side of Heights, do have a ring console and that survey beacon, so they're able to immediately fly into position. Oblivion wanting to get on top of the high ground over by Electro Dam, all according to plan, because that's going to be the farming sim again when it comes to the damage and those long-range weapons.
Oh, they are just yeeting themselves into Electro Dam right now, followed very closely by Team Mango. And we've noted this before, but they are playing the dual controller composition. They've got the Catalyst and the Watson set up. So this is basically best case scenario for them. They get a scan, they get that information, and they get to set up immediately. Very, very good for Team Mango supporters.
I remember when this map first came out and seeing a zone like this, thinking, all right, I got the high ground over by Electro, all is good. Zone pulls away from you and you're out in the water closer to the gravity cannon and there's nowhere to hide. It gets so crazy, but you know there's that building right underneath Dam that you could kind of tuck yourself in, and with the amount of ramparts that we have in this lobby, it comes in clutch because you won't have that Newcastle. Remember, since you won't have that Newcastle, you won't have as many Valkyries. That doesn't mean you won't have any Valkyries in general. We do have a few in this lobby, but Alter is actually the most utilized legend in this game. 12 Alter specifically.
Yeah, and we've been talking about how Alter, at the start of the LAN, I was saying Alter is the 3rd best controller legend. Now we're seeing it actually move up into the 2nd pick here, and that might be just because we're starting off on E-District, and Alter does tend to get picked a little more on this map for reasons that we've seen become very apparent throughout the last 2 games. It's a very good pick. It's a map that's kind of designed around her a little bit with some of the chokes and walls that you can phase through, so that makes a lot of sense. But of course, yeah, as you say, it means we won't see her on World's Edge.
I like this, actually. Instead of just trying to contest this way, they're just going to be able to take that Alter portal. You're just highlighting it with the creative rollouts that you can move into. And having Care Pack right in front of you, will absolutely take that. Now going to be able to get a power weapon. I mean, the power to the people. I mean, power to Crazy Thieves, maybe. As 5F. Looking at Wolves, actually, no name right underneath 5F Thief. They do not see him. He's actually opting to rotate on the other side of the choke. 5 Fears looking to engage in another fight. The EMP to start things off. Scott is going to be able to move in together with the portal, but I don't like the fact that he has no mag on that R9. They don't have all that information, destroying that crypto drone without having to overextend. 5 Fears want to look to their backs to make sure that they do not get pushed from their 6.
Yeah, naked R9's a bit rough. Can't one clip someone with that, can ya? Maybe if you hit a couple of headshots.
In their time, though, with so many other teams moving up over by Electro, we know that eventually it's going to be really difficult to try to find your space with the water being so open, especially if the buildings over in that lot to the south of Electro has already been taken up by these Rampart teams.
I think you're correct. I also think teams are starting to get a little skittish here. Vicky, where are the early fights? Where are the teams full sending it? I think these teams are worried about going home, and it is affecting their decision-making because, honestly, how could it not? And it really only is the LAN veterans that can get past that hump and play better in these high-pressure scenarios. And I think that's why someone like Panna on Boogie Boarder's team is going to be helping them out. I think that's why someone like Phony, that has done this all before, just like Jen and Verhulst, but he's the one guiding them, will be so key in getting them to our match point finals tomorrow.
Somebody else has experience as Vayne, but unfortunately, it's the map that has his number. He fell off. And the curve gets the res at the very least just as quickly, and they do have the insurance policy to move right back up to the height. But other teams have heard this. This also takes up that beacon for other teams to try to utilize. You see the crypto drones flying around. They need the fly swatter as Vayne gets taking a lot of damage before moving back.
Yeah, that was a jump off the map, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Oh, you were just sorry. Sometimes I just forget how nice you are, Vicky. You didn't want to point it out. I'm gonna call him out. I'll do it. I'll be that guy.
I love it. That's why we got you, Genome. I saw it happen. It's Electro. I mean, it could be inevitable out here. Oblivion are holding height, but VK Gaming are holding on to their life specifically for that rampart before they're forced to back away. Trying to pop the med kit in time. They don't want to get caught on this rotate because it's Fire Strays to their back, and it was the fight for the survey beacon. If any of these teams wanted to take a much more roundabout rotation, they could have actually opted to go for the ring console to the right of where VK Gaming's pushing.
Fire Strays now. They're coming up towards VK Gaming and SBI. Legacy trying to gatekeep as well with Fire Strays actually opting to go out. Now, I want to see this map because, oh, what's that? It goes south? Galleria's in. Of course, as we said last time, won't end there. It'll end on the canals to the north of that. But as you can see, most teams clustered around the top of Electro Dam here. Not quite sure if they're expecting it to go that far south. Unlimited just kind of made it to City Hall, and I can tell you, that's something I was expecting, Vicky, because I tell you what, in my pick'ems we had, what is the team that will take the most ring damage? I put Unlimit. These guys are very tardy in their entry to the zone, and I was close, actually. I think they were second or third, but...
You've been really observing them on those slower rotates. You know what's crazy, though, too, for a lot of the teams that want to commit over on the high ground of Electro, if they're the ones rocking their ultra, they could just reset with their own portals that they maybe have been able to hide away to the south of this zone pool just in case they do not have a Valkyrie to try to reposition. As, again, I believe we have, like, what, 6 Valkyries or so in this lobby. As we now move in, rather 8 Valkyrie specifically, but much more of these ultras, a lot of these cryptos to get that information, as well as the ramparts, 9 ramparts specifically, Kino Trope getting that info while also still rocking the Mad Maggie.
Yeah, a couple Maggies running around. CRT, obviously, #1 team in the lobby, is also running that. Here we're getting a view of some of our teams up the top of Electro Dam. You got Citadel Gaming there sitting to the southern side of it, as well as Fnatic to the more northern side. And then just below them on the second level, you've got Ninjas in Pajamas, who thankfully have managed to get all 3 of their members back up.
But how do you leave from this position if you don't have the opportunity with an ability or even that ultimate to just go back down to the south of the zone? And they don't have that info of where that zone is pulling, but eventually they will have to move away from Electro Dam. Oblivion had to call that perfectly when they were able to take control over that no-name lot to the south of Dam that we kept mentioning. There was that other no-name lot that Team Mango's at on the edge of the other side of the zone, and Aurora are also looking at all the teams piled up on top of each other. You mentioned NIP, Fnatic, FaZe. We do know that there is an Evil Harvester that exits out of Lotus by that choke where Wolves Esports is going to be by, but Boogie Boarders are taking their time. They're playing objective, survey, beacon, as well as ring console in their hands for them to deal with the approach that they want to go into that next zone.
Yeah, it could be a long walk around, or perhaps they just go straight through 5 Fears and net themselves a sick position. Kinotrope and Fire. Do they really want to find each other here? They're both in actually quite good positions. Not that Fire Stray has a composition where they really want to sit still. They do want to be taking fights with this, but Cersei may need to hold his horses here and just bunker down for a little bit.
This is crazy. 20 squads left, only 1 player dropped, and I believe it was from Wolves.
Yeah.
And Fire Strays looking to get involved. Maybe add some more numbers on the board before diving down onto the low ground, the repositioning, the crypto drones flying around. Gotta call in the Exterminator before Fire try to fully extend here. Dancing around these ultra portals, ringing around the Rosie. Yuka tries to go back. They get the first knock onto Cannon. Now Crook, nice positioning on the Wrecking Ball. Just trying to clear their backs here.
Yeah, unfortunately just bounces straight back out like a ping pong ball.
But this is the green light for Legacy. For free? I mean, again, Legacy capitalizing off of a third-party Kino Trope. Get eliminated. You will not be recalling that teammate back with the altar portal, and they call out exactly where the position on the other side of the fence, but they lose out on Hugwadis. Now 2 left for Legacy as they're looking to try to commit.
Yeah, does anybody else have this info? They're like, why are all these teams fighting all the way down here on the south? As the ring starts to shift down here, they may get a little inkling for that.
You can't find him. Yanya can't find him. They get the res, but he was dancing around the portal. They heard the res originally, and Cersei, nothing to see here. You didn't catch me before, you won't catch me now. He was able to climb up and hide in that corner.
He's about a mile away from his team right now. And Sorale go down. That's 0 points for them. Boogie Boarders as well. Looks like they got cleaned up by Oblivion.
I can't believe the fact that we keep seeing Legacy just try to find Fire Strays, and then Fire Strays still as a solo trying to run away because SBI are trying to pick that up if they could chase down that one straggler, and they actually just move past him as a solo moves out of Galleria. It's inevitable before he runs into Crazy Thieves. But first, let's take a look at FaZe because they're isolated on that north side, as a lot of these teams had moved down to the south of that next zone once they saw where the zone's pulling, and FaZe is the last one to kind of get the memo with so many other teams getting ahead of them, NIP being one of them, Grow Gaming. With that altar portal, we're actually able to reposition, setting that up just in case they saw the zone move down.
Yeah, nice little backup for them to have. You can see Team Mango's heads are on a swivel. Citadel Gaming finish E-District with 0 points. But as you see, these unexpected zone shifts, just everybody looking everywhere. What are the other teams doing? Where can we go? What are our options? The map just starts to be, you know, just littered with these little arrows pointing left and right.
They finally call out Enemy, by the way, who broke Legacy's ankles, but it's okay. Now Fire Strays are eliminated out of this lobby. Legacy's still in here, and SBI were able to clean that up. Now trying to take a portal to see what the action's looking like over by Galleria. You may want to move back around as Legacy, that one member, the Altar going right back after finding themselves pinched between Fnatic and SBI. The Crypto Drones are out and about, but I like where the zone pool is going to be moving on to because Legacy are on the edge of that southeastern zone, and Grow Gaming can kind of walk up behind Oblivion.
And there's a couple of specific points that the Altars can get through there from Galleria to the canal where it will be finishing. So Legacy need to have their head on a swivel, watching Void Passages coming through there, because SBI Esports, VK Gaming, Fnatic, and Crazy Thieves are all still in Galleria.
Such a pile up there. Imagine what the choke is going to look like by the energy arsenal, where Wolf Esports are also looking at the pile-up of Unlimit and Five Fears over by the northwest side. Five Fears lost out on the altar, Kraber in hand. For Fafafiv, he needs to give him suppressed fire though, because they're looking to try to get a reset. Ooh, the shimmy to the side, avoiding that Kraber shot. Swaps over to the G7. G7 and Kraber, by the way, is a crazy weapon loadout to rely on.
Yeah, talking about combos, I mean, what about Kraber behind amped cover? That good enough for you? See you later, Purple Armor.
Enough to delete their eyebrows off their face. As Jalari Man gets that following knock. 5F in some trouble. Unlimit. Cole Bochek here. Able to walk away with that one, putting in enough of that pressure. It's about getting that ultimate for the Valkyrie so that way they can take to the skies, get information. They can see the missile swarm from a distance, covering a good amount of that space. But if they really wanted to reset there, we could also see that portal that's right behind them. With round 4 closing in, it's about moving forward.
Again, Unlimit with their backs to the zone. We just talked about how common an occurrence this is, and in this situation, I don't love it. They have to get through, what, Wolves Esports, and I don't know, man. Their chances of making it here alive seem low.
Can you imagine what a different story this would be if Ultra did not get nerfed, by the way, and you had 2 portals? I mean, completely different look of Apex. That's why we have the balance changes that we do. As more teams take to the skies off the Valkyrie ult, the Kraber shots, they land onto Donut, and Unlimit have lost out on Peace, but they do not expect Yanya to be shooting at them from the outside of zone. 1 member left, and with the gold R9, that's all you need. The cat walls out. Crazy Thieves get eliminated. Unfortunately for Verhols, he can't hug those spikes, but better yet, for Fnatic, they clean up the straps.
They wanted that, they needed that. It was a massive Valkyrie slam from Unlimit there. And sure, they take out Phony's master plan, but it's not the only team in the area. Fnatic come in with some very, very required points, but now Wolves Esports are looking at them. You can see this, and not only that, they've got the Kraber P20s. He's coming to his team. Please shoot the wall out so I can Kraber his head off.
Oh, have to be careful though, too. With the Ultra Portal, not wanting to get kidnapped from the other side, as most move up. They heard the Sheila, now it's their turn. Dota in the back of the rock, SBI right behind them, and Yuka cannot clutch out as Fnatic get eliminated in 10th. Dota now walks up. He tries to go for the evil shield swap, but unfortunately cannot pull it off. Wolves are the next to fall as SBI, they were looking for the fourth party from the very beginning.
We talked about Legacy having to worry about the void passages coming through from Galleria. It's their void passages. They are the ones that you worry about, and they keep just ducking in. And you saw how many teams he actually griefed there. Every time there was a 3v3 happening, Legacy's like, hey guys, just popping in here. I'll just grab one kill with the R99 real quick.
Now you see me, now you don't, before moving back to the safety of the zone. That's why it's so important to be able to phase through these walls before going back to your team, who's also getting information in real time behind these rampart walls, looking at the action in front of them. NIP have lots of on the glove, and Curve loses that on his shield here, but he has to reload. He goes in for the full animation, and NIP, they get eliminated. S8UL are able to get this res onto Legacy. No one's looking at them, but the zone is closing in behind their backs.
Sharky, Mr. Reliable, does it just when they need him. Unfortunately, they're going to have to leave one behind. Or are they? No, they actually managed to bring him with them there. Must have been healing.
And with 7 squads left, Legacy was still farming, still finding SBI in their line of sight. From Grow Gaming moving up the Crypto Drone, giving them that information as Legacy pushing Jaguares with a juiced up triple take. The hipfire shots are enough. Vamos Legacy as SBI get eliminated. And now Aurora, they're coming in for the 3P. No reset for Legacy.
Yep, Grow Gaming, they take out Oblivion. S8 somehow with 0 time to reset. They'll take out BK Gaming. But Aurora and Legacy swap positions. Legacy go back to their Void Nexus. Aurora should have taken that out on the come up.
The Void Nexus, though, the insurance for Legacy to reposition is huge, and they hear this fight. Aurora looking up at S8UL, and Grow Gaming duking it off over by the north side, while Grow Gaming still have that slight height advantage in our last 4 squads left.
Okay, S8, they are just trying to huddle behind any cover that they find, but they go center zone. All of a sudden now Grow Gaming are on the outside.
Legacy, with the crypto that was still alive, by the way, was able to pick up the banner and get the res off the beacon that they called in right behind their backs. So all 3 members of Legacy are alive. And look at the setup that they have by the bus too.
It's beautiful. It's looking stacked over there like a newly assembled Lego machine. We've got S8. They just managed to get a revive off as well. So all of a sudden, it's a top 4 3v3v3v3.
Oh no, Hiraka was trying to pop the ult out to be able to have the EMP. No Evo Shield swap, it looks like here. He's fully committed to the shield back, but he's got to get into the zone. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Literally one shot, but hiding behind the rampart walls for
Claim
some...
it down!
Chaco being able to find Yanya, though. He can't be as lax, as now he's got to sit up together to try to get that res, as Legacy move up away from Aurora.
We just talked about what a threat that was behind the amped cover, and bam, we've got Hiraka down as well. Dropped him with the scout. S8UL continue to huddle, but Legacy go in for the kill.
And Jaguares being able to follow up to get that knock, and Grow helping them out at the hands of Drop and the G7. Now he gets dropped before we see trades from both sides. 4 squads left, and Grow Gaming, they gotta reset. They gotta look at what's happening right behind them before Yanya comes out of the skies.
S8 go down, but 9 kills isn't too shabby.
Slab is still alive, by the way. The solo of Aurora of the Wraith is still alive. But Legacy are looking to farm, and they did not expect Slab to be right next to him.
Aurora still have one alive as well, but they go down in 3rd. Now we see the final showdown.
Legacy move up on top of Grow Gaming. It was just a matter of time as Legacy take the last game on E-District for match number 3. El Legado. That's what we like to see, the pop-off from our Orgless team, Legacy. Crazy storylines following this team. And I feel like this is a team that doesn't get as much credit as of recent. Results could be shaky here, but with the meta constantly evolving here, trying to find your footing. And this is another team I would like to highlight is very momentum heavy. This is another team when it comes to their mentality. They like to push that into World's Edge now as we make that transition going into match number 4. But it's about keeping up the KP value that they've been able to find over the course of the last 3 games.
Oh, they've got tons of it, Vicky. They're sitting on just about double as much as anybody else in this lobby right now. And look, we're only doing the first 3 games here, but as we hand it over to the others, Vicky, we can actually say, I think we've got one team in the match point finals tomorrow already, and that is Legacy. Here we go. 24 points for them. Grow Gaming pick up an important 15. S8UL, who we also mentioned were having a slow start, managed to grab 14.
We talk about some good luck charms, by the way. And there are some rare moments. I haven't been able to cast over Legacy as much. They were my pick of predictions going into this series, but I was not expecting Legacy to have 27 total KP in just 3 games. They sit at the very top with 48 points. Grow Gaming right behind them. They haven't found themselves a dub, but they have been able to find themselves KP.
I mean, I love that from Legacy. It was one of the smartest, most aggressive, most proactive end games we have seen this tournament. The way that they were protecting the important space on the Electro Dam side of the wall, as well as popping into Galleria, and they single-handedly ended about 4 teams. You know, maybe not with their own hands, but the fact that he was popping through and getting those R91 clips just meant that they didn't have time to reset.
Exactly, and you're just griefing other teams, right? They're feeling the pressure. They're utilizing their utility because they're feeling scared. And then you're looking to their backs to make sure that there's not going to be another team trying to 3P them. And that's the beauty of the pressure that we've been seeing from Legacy. I want to hear more from you guys over by the desk. I hear you guys have a special guest with you as Jumba has joined us.
That is right, Vicky. We do have a special guest, okay? Jumba's decided to hop on during this series here because Elimination Round 2 was just too exciting for you to stay away from. We're going to dive into all of that here in just a second, but for now, say hello to everybody.
What's up, everyone? Yeah, it was a year ago at this event. It was my first time on the desk, so what better than to be back finally with you guys?
Also, you know, Jumba, one of the many amazing minds behind a lot of the hilarious content you've been seeing all weekend long, so big shout out to Jumba for that as well. Give me your thoughts real quick on what you've seen out of the competition so far this weekend.
Oh, it's been some of the most competitive Apex I've seen in like the last 2 years. It feels like finally like all the teams are very much on an equal plane, and we see that with every game ending, you know, close to 15, 18 squads. It's been awesome.
Yeah, this has been a very fun Elimination Round 2 so far. Lots of these teams starting to pop off when it matters, okay? We are now halfway through the last series of the day, and we're going to take a look back at those final moments to see how we've gotten to where we are. So, Snipe, talk me through match number 1.
Yeah, this match 1, we saw the Crazy Thieves honestly come out with a big one, but honestly the story was this fight right here with the NIP, and then we had Fnatic come in. This was honestly one of the most fun fights to watch this whole match right here, as you had Vayne going in the 1v1 right here. You see how intense this gets. It just shields all over the place. Fnatic gets a big win. You had the entire crowd popping off. And honestly, Crazy Thieves, they just put themselves in a really good position this entire time. They were playing from height. They were letting these teams play it out. And then they just decided to capitalize on it when everyone's down. So Crazy Thieves with the big win in the game 1. They've actually had a pretty poor performance in the games 2 and 3. So it was really good for them to get that momentum out right there.
Yeah, so then in match 2 here, there's a 3-way fight going on one half of the zone. So 5 Fears, they take that opportunity to just jump Wolves and absolutely destroy them. It's textbook Apex. There's no new revelations here. And what do? It pays off for them. Right after this fight, as they clean up, Oblivion's left as a solo on the other side. They walk over, easy cleanup. They take over this game, and they walk out with a win. If they keep up this momentum that they had from this game, we'll have 2 tight teams in the finals tomorrow, which is going to be really exciting to see.
Absolutely, and as we head into game 3, guys, I have to say, I'm getting real sick and tired of people around the world doubting this Legacy team, whether it be when they contested Optic and almost missed land back in year 3, whether it's when they fell to the elimination bracket in the midseason playoffs just 6 months ago. So many people feel like this is finally the time that this team's run comes to an end, and every single time they have the clutch gene and make it through to the finals, and when it comes fight or flight, they always choose to fight. and they win those more often than not. And so I love to see Legacy popping off right now. Double the kills of any other team in this lobby right now.
And that is massive because obviously that aggression is something that's very important, not only in the series, but of course looking towards tomorrow for match point finals as we get to take a look at the series results, where everybody currently stands. 48 points total for Legacy, followed by Grow Gaming there with 30. And I'm just going to come straight back to you, Jayhawk, because I know how stoked you are. This is the performance we're getting out of Legacy when it most matters.
Absolutely. A lot of people have felt like they never really adjusted to the POI draft or legend bans, even myself included. They've had a lot of struggles. I'm not denying that by any means. But when we get to LAN, these guys always seem to figure it out. I don't know what it is about the crowd, the atmosphere, the tension, but that is when they thrive the most. And so we're seeing it on full display here. And this is big too, because this affects their potential seeding. And we know that this is a team, like Vicky said, very momentum based. And so if they can get some solid POIs to allow them to continue this aggression, then they can carry that momentum all the way into Sunday.
Yeah, we can see some stats here for them as well. The fact that this is the consistency that we're getting out of this squad, something we talked about heading into this series, Eric. It is so important to not only find that, but then clutch it out with the win as well.
Yeah, I think we saw it early on in that very first game when they were going up against Unlimited. I think they got 5 or 6 KP on them, just chasing them around the map. So you could just see the confidence in what they're trying to do with the KP. But for them to get a 4th, a 5th, and a 1st place, and to get into those end zones, to understand, that means that they're taking the right fights. They're seeing that they can clear out their back, or they can push a team into 1v1, and you can tell the confidence that they have to go take those straight up 3v3s. They're getting the KP, and they're getting into the positions they need to get to the end game. So usually this team just gets the kill points, but they got 21 placement points as well on top of that. So for them right now to build that momentum, it's as good as it gets for this roster.
We even heard the casters talking about it. They've set themselves up well to the point where now it's looking like they're pretty comfortable moving forward to the next stage of the competition, but there are still so many other squads that are looking to do exactly that. One of the ones that we had spoken about coming into today was Unlimited, and you can see the difference here because this is going to be their group stage versus their bracket stage. And we're trying to see, what are we getting out of this squad? Are they capable of taking it through to tomorrow, Jumba?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. Unlimited, we know that they're a team that comes out with the big damage, the big kills. Everyone talks about Yolari, man, but I think they even look over how good Peace is when it comes to that. So in a set like this, when that 10th spot might be around the 30, 35 points, they just need one big game. They still got 3 games here, lots of Apex left to play, and they can absolutely do that, get into tomorrow, and get in there with putting up the same amount of damage, same amount of kills.
So we just need to see the stats that we saw in groups happening right now.
Exactly.
They need to pick it up a little bit here in the second half of the series. They're definitely capable of doing exactly that. It's going to be interesting to see if they can manage, though, because there's not a lot of time left. Another team that we have been talking about a lot, though, is, of course, all of our regional, local hero squads. And one of the people that we've been highlighting specifically throughout the weekend in a very fun way is Yukio. If you thought his games were done, you are wrong, okay? Because it is time for part 3 of Yukio's Real Apex games.
Yukio. 日本には福笑いというお正月のゲームがあります。皆さんには目隠しをしてもらってこちらの紙に、パーツを貼ってそして30秒以内に最高の顔を作っていただきます。このように。それではグッドラック。
That feels like them, yeah.
I did not memorize where the face was, though.
That feels high enough.
Oh, wait, whoa. This paper's big. This paper's really big.
You just
I'm
noticed that?
way too high up. This is not the eye.
No, this is the eye. Oh, my.
Oh, no. I think this is the nose.
Wait, if this is... All
that,
right.
That feels perfect. That feels so good.
I feel like I'm being outclassed here. How would I establish what's right or left eyebrow?
I'm actually so confident in mine. I'm actually so confident.
Not a thing I've ever been more confident about than this right now.
Am I even holding mine up?
Dude, mine's
Wait.
so... Wait, oh god.
3つ目のチャレンジ。福笑いチャレンジの勝者はバクスロンク。なかなかやるみたいやね。これはユキオのリアルエイペックスゲームでした。
Chumba, I have so many questions. I have so many questions about that. You talk me through it, okay? Because you were competing in that, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie, yours did not look very good.
Okay, first of all, they gave us like no instructions. They set us up for failure. And then did you guys see mine? Mine was different. It was way harder than the other two. And then you have Vax over there sabotaging, pulling the papers. I think Zane could have actually won that one, but Vax hadn't won any games yet, so he needed to do something to take
they rigged
the
it.
win there.
They rigged it for his confidence.
He definitely, a little bit. I don't know. I'm not saying that, but you know, you guys watched it yourself. But it was a blast. The games were all fun. Everyone thought I was going to do the worst. I still took the chopstick one. I was the best
You
there.
went dummy stupid on that one.
Yeah, you did do real well. Stupid. Yeah.
Honestly, I might need to see more of these. If there's no more games, I'm going to need you to bring it back yet again, because that is just far too entertaining. Hopefully everybody at home is enjoying those just as much as we are. But we have more action coming up. Obviously, we're in our elimination round 2, but we still have to look towards our match point finals tomorrow. And if you're wondering how you can stay up to date with all of the action, head on over to the website, okay? ALGS.ea.com. You can also see the POI draft for tomorrow. Very important information on there for what that means for our squads that have qualified through to compete in our championship Sunday of all days. So make sure you're checking that out. Now you can stay up to date with everything that we've got going on over there, because it has been a jam-packed weekend when it comes to ALGS action. Now, you guys have absolutely crushed it. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Halftime Show. But we got to get back into the action. It's time to close out elimination round 2 to find out who those final 10 teams are. So, casters, we've got Tiff and Dia. Are you guys ready to get into it?
Oh, yeah, we definitely are. I cannot believe this is it. This is the final 10 teams to lock in their ticket for tomorrow's match point finals. Of course, it's starting to get pretty late here in the Dome, and we still have a POI draft after this, so we got to get through these last 3 games pretty quick, Dia.
Yeah, and we'll even see who makes it to the POI draft. Glitter has asked us the question, are we ready? Yes. Tiff, the answer is a mix for me between yes and no. On one hand, yes, we've been preparing our whole tournament for this. And on the other hand, how could anyone possibly be ready to say goodbye to 10 more teams and send 10 more on to the grand finals? The stakes are incredibly high.
Yeah, they really are. Let's go ahead. Let's look at that POI draft that is here now for Elim Round 2. World's Edge. You and I got to spend some time on World's Edge earlier today, and now this is going to be the bane of people's existence. Now, Team Mango, they grab Landslide. I'm expecting quick rotates.
I want to really draw everyone's attention. At the top left of your screen, Citadel, first pick Lava Siphon.
Yikes.
Not Skyhook West, which means that Unlimit got to come in and pick Skyhook West. As an Unlimit predictor myself for this group, this bodes extremely well for them.
That's true. You told me I couldn't pick Unlimit. You told me I couldn't touch Crazy Thieves. You told me that I wasn't allowed to pick half the lobby because lately I've been a bit of a curse instead of a blessing.
Yeah, I'm not a controlling person.
It's totally fine. I believe in Strafing Flame and Easy Flash Kid and Crumbs, even if he can't spell steak correctly in the pregame lobby. I just made that clear. It's okay.
It's all about controlling as many variables as you can. And sometimes spelling is the thing that goes, especially with this much on the line. As we move into this map, it is also important to note that Altar has been banned. No Newcastle, no Caustic, no Altar is a big change to how you're going to end up playing World's Edge. When bunkering in buildings is that much harder, when setting up in the open is that much harder, and when moving through walls, the most incredible thing that Altar brings to the table is now removed.
Well, thank God TSM's not in this lobby, because we saw what Panic was doing with Altar and even the Wraith plays early on. Now, we did just get through some Legend Selects. I believe I saw a Pathfinder in the mix as well. A couple of Wraiths, some Rampart galore, which is very typical when you want to bunker down. My favorite picks, though, are the people who lock in Sparrow. You little geniuses, I know you're going to get pretty devious with that, but this is the beginning of the end. Match number 4 on World's Edge.
Tensions are high, especially with the cutoff for our top 10 currently being at 17 points. SBI Esports, who currently sit in 11th, are at 14 points, and it is Legacy, who of course have that big lead. 48 points, 18 points ahead of Grow Gaming, who are in second right now. Both teams essentially a lock for the finals tomorrow.
I know, you were just talking to him over there. You were like saying something and I couldn't quite grasp it, but hey, I think that Legacy is doing everything that they need here. We talk about what that 10th place cutoff looks like. Anywhere from like 30, 35 could raise the bar here, but they should be safe.
I mean, one of the most important things about Legacy, if you're coming out of last game, if you're thinking about their performance in the grand finals, is to remember that this is a team that considers themselves to be a very emotional squad. And when you've just won, your emotions have got to be doing pretty darn well. So keep your eyes on Legacy, because it seems like Vicky's prediction is going to be doing pretty well. However, it is Grow Gaming, our team currently in second, that actually get the zone pulling to them. A really nice thermal station zone with lots of possibilities. We could still go to the double-decker buildings on the north side. We could go to the center of thermal. We've got that whole area that Oblivion are rotating through as they move in from Harvester. And important to note that anybody who goes through Harvester right now is going to get a ring console, much the same with those coming through Mirage Etoile like SAUL.
Okay, but this is very typical to what we saw Grow Gaming do in a similar circle earlier on in our series. They stepped right on in, but instead of SBI, it was Shopify Rebellion. And Shopify Rebellion struggled from this position, and SBI already have Mike being picked off. Now, they will get a reset because it's Grow just putting out that poke damage, and they're not necessarily ready to full send this area.
SBI are taking a lot of damage from every angle, though. The Oblivion early rotate also catches them off guard. Fortunately, this building is providing them a lot of stability, as is the fact that there are so many squads in the area already. The Rampart is going to be super important for them to actually get their Evos up, because that is the weakness of SBI and of Grow right now, is that they are both stuck dead center of zone with white shields and don't have the opportunity to, like teams like VK and Legacy will have, to collect Evo. Even FYR Strays are at least rotating in on blues.
Yeah, they're going to come in ready to chow. They've got the drone. They're going to hit the scan, grab the info needed of which way do they want to approach this. Is there playable space available for us? Of course, those last bit scaffolding areas around Thermal will likely be where people go for it. Now, where Fnatic has positioned themselves in the south of zone, Fire Strays can effectively just go around and wrap that. We've seen people chow that, and in particular, it was Legacy in Winners Round 1 that did take that fight on the south, but since they're starting in Climatizer, like you said, they're going to be late to this.
Taking a look at FaZe right now, they are definitely a team that you want to keep an eye on. They have shown up in so many of our LAN finals, but it is really difficult for them from this position right now to make it in. Currently sitting in 17th place and a long way to go. Not a lot of loot to do it with. Fnatic stuck in the southwestern side of Thermal next to SAUL. Now, I don't love this spot from a zone prediction standpoint, but if SAUL are here, they have had an incredible run of predicting zones from the minute we begin. So maybe, just maybe, Fnatic are onto something.
It's tough to say. We pulled to the north last time. I would love to see it pull to the south, but coexisting alongside that, we've got the Sheila out. You're busting through the doors, and SAUL, it's not like they got the amped covers for the doors, nothing real for the Ferrofluid, and Legacy runs into trouble on their journey down towards the south. To Geyser we go, where VK Gaming have been rotating throughout. Now Legacy have been hyper-aggressive in their chase for glory here in Elim Round 2.
It looks like VK Gaming have left some folks behind as well. That is going to be a quick knock and cleanup. A KP collected for Legacy, which again will not change their position in the standings, as they are already first, but it'll make them even more first than they were before. The Ninjas in Pajamas, however, they've got some ways to climb.
Look, they're cozy, they're comfy, and they're aggressive as well. Now, on the roof for Vayne here. Want to take this fight against Citadel, who haven't necessarily gotten their footing going here in Elim Round 2. And with 3 games to go, the time is nigh to turn it around. But Kirev,
99% actually gets the ultimate unlocked right now, but it's just as we get a third party coming in. Citadel have involved themselves.
Okay, Boogie Borders, they make it there. Pana enters the facility, takes down, back off we go, and McLovin.
That was a real clean one clip out of McLovin. Can he do it again? No. The health bar a little bit too low. Ninjas in Pajamas down to just Vayne right now. Not a huge chance at recovery, but you see that crawl coming out of Kurev, who seems like he's going to be safe. Maybe they go for a reset. Still in the hands of Ninjas in Pajamas, as they do have one left standing. 20 squads left. We've yet to find the first strike.
Oh, Boogie Borders is not out of it yet either. One member still trying to get out towards the east. And Citadel remains calm for now. Look at Ninjas in Pajamas. Kurev gets out of there. He's back on up, and they might get a full reset.
Oh, what? I mean,
Getting even one back up is good. The Boogie Boarders have completely disengaged. Moving towards Legacy in Lava Siphon, while meanwhile in Thermal, Aurora are setting up in the scaffolding right next to Cereale. And if people are using the scaffolding, you know we're running out of spaces in Thermal.
That's true, and you know Aurora, they're down here in Elam round 2. They have won LAN championships, and we are struggling to get into the top 10. And Citadel looking for their first points, grabs one, gets traded on out, and it's just Zuni here, alternator in hand. Wait, no.
Either team could win. Ninjas in Pajamas. They got the nade on top of him as well. Zuni's got to head for the hills. That'll be 2 KP going over to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Boogie Boarders are found out by Legacy as they swoop on in. Racky's not going to get the reset that he wanted. The fact is we are shield batting in the open. We smoke on forward. Cover, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas out to the right. At least you have the Bangalore passive to give you that extra speed boost out into cover.
Not giving up the chase, and not a bad idea either at this point in the game. It is a pretty isolated 1v1 that'll be happening. McLovin ready with the Maggie drill, confident as he steps up. Does he miss the shot? No, he does not. Citadel Gaming go out, and they are our second squad to fall in game number 4.
In the last minute alone, Ninjas in Pajamas have gone through 6th place up to 2nd with 30 points. Now, granted, we are a long way off from first, which is over 50 points. But as long as you can break through that 35-point margin, your journey to stay in the tournament for tomorrow is feeling a lot better.
Let's think about that 35-point margin as well. Citadel Gaming currently have 1 point and are out of game number 4. They are going to have 2 games to move up to 10th place in extremely tall order, and I fear they may not be tall enough to ride.
And I fear that we're not going to the north, we're not going to the south. We get the bounce back towards the east. So look at Legacy having cleared out Tree, but the SAUL Fnatic fight, it's still been going on. The poke and the prod, Yuka just needs an opening. Destroys the cover through the window. They've already got one down. He just needs to find the entryway. Shark through the window.
Great cover by Jesco, letting that reset happen. Yuka still looking for an entry in, but between Rampart walls and again, Legacy on the high ground. How do you actually get here as Fnatic? I'd like to see them retreat back to the building. They didn't get this done in time. At SAUL, they've got a full defensive reset.
Well, he drops the Bangalore ult straight onto their face, but they can just bunker down inside on the top floor. You can see that it is just being the negative rotate they need out of there, right? We back on out, and Fire Strays have moved into the equation. That is likely why we brought out the Bang ult, so we could retreat to cover.
A super nice play, both out of Fnatic to test that limit, and SAUL to show them where the line in the sand is. Fnatic having reset a whole lot safer for now, but it's Unlimit on their rotate in on the edge. They now have a lot to contend with, running the Ashe and Maggie with the Seer. This squad has a mission, and it is to isolate and destroy.
It's a fun mission. Look, when you've got nothing else to lose and getting into that top 10 is all that matters, go hyper aggro. It's not like we have Caustic. It's like we don't have Newcastle. No one's really bunkering down aside from the Ramparts. You might as well full send them. That riot drill is going to be everything to take down people in buildings.
Yeah, we really don't use this term very often in Apex Legends, but this is essentially as close as you can get in this game to a wombo combo, and rather a pick comp, and out comes its wombo combo as the Maggie Ball goes out.
But we've got nades going straight towards VK Gaming. It should be enough to allow to full send, and Suksuvi is going to do it. We pop on over, we hit the fulls. Now Yulari Man is on the other side as well, but where did the last player roam to? He is out of there. DS straight to staging.
Seer ult expended. Gonna be a little tough, but Unlimit have a squad coming in behind them. It's the duo of Ninjas in Pajamas. And it looks to me like it could easily turn into 2 more KP. Another squad perhaps to go out, but Ashe ult up. And Unlimit, they're actually gonna keep this as a 3v2 in their favor and in a big way.
Oh. We still have to kind of go out into the ring and wrap around. Now, do we go south towards where Legacy is set up, or do we go towards FaZe? But for now, we'll check in Team Mango, who is controlling the low ground in Thermal Station proper. Oblivion up on top. Now, Oblivion situated at 29 points. Yeah, get the adjust. Stretch it out, my guy, because it's going to be a crazy game.
Ninjas in Pajamas do go down. Unlimit are not giving any squad an inch. Every point must be theirs as they currently sit in 12th place.
I feel like we have to breathe after all of that, because pulling to where Wolves Esports is, this is going to be a rather tough endgame, especially for the ones that have already committed to that low ground.
I really like FaZe's position. I'm not going to lie, even with Newcastle taken away, there's a lot of ways that they can, should they choose to, rotate through towards Harvester, then make their way down towards Wolves and have a decent amount of safety. The big problem is going to be FaZe Crazy Thieves up in the north, and Unlimit, of course, you can see clearly have problems of their own. They need to get into zone, but can you really go through Legacy when they are on fire as they have been?
I mean, they're just absolutely on fire. Like you said, in Unlimit, they're actually going to hedge their bets and go that way. Will they take the tunnel underneath? Yes, but what is Legacy going to do for this? They'll also likely move and immediately shoot down on them, and they'll probably have an EMP locked and ready to go for this fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, no altar in this game means so much for Unlimited. It actually makes this rotation safe. They don't have to use the Ashe ultimate for a little while, as now they are in the next zone, and it is a really nice way to use their composition to solve the problem. Crazy Thieves and FaZe still brewing up in the north, but it seems like the south is actually going to be pretty calm for now. The other place we can look is, of course, towards that Fnatic SAUL side out on the western end. SAUL have started to Valcult and are currently looking for a place to relocate a little closer to Wolves. Will they actually find any safety or not?
There's not a lot of safety up there in general. That platform ahead of Wolves is so open. Crazy Thieves is going to have an angle on them, as well as Unlimit and Legacy. So SAUL, we're definitely in shambles here, but we're using whatever cover we can find by Surale, and it's Ein who takes the equation. He says, okay, I'm gonna go for it, and Sharky falls really low, forced to expend the ultimate to try and push that aggressiveness off.
Scaffolding has a lot of cover, but Sharky, even with all of that, can't actually make this transition safely. It is just Legacy left up. Surale does get one traded out, but it should be an easy recovery.
It should be, but it was looking gnarly right there. Naga almost had his wings clipped through the cracks of the scaffolding. Now instead they run out on the right side. You've got Reg there. Blinkster wants to get involved.
He's almost got it. Ein's won, but Oblivion come in from behind. SAUL go down, and we'll be losing Surale soon. Ein falls, and it's 2-for-1 for Oblivion.
This is all about those smart fights. You're a couple good engagements away with some nice placement points from locking yourself into match point finals, and Oblivion knows exactly when that needs to be. For Fnatic, on the low ground, have to carve their path now through Oblivion and find a way to leapfrog over them.
Fnatic's position becoming untenable right now. They may very well have to pull an SAUL and just raw Valcult their way into zone, but there are so few places that you can stay. SBI, they're going to be in a really similar situation, and even Grow, whose POI this is, now have to struggle. Check out where Mango are at, though. This is big. This platform can be game-winning in circles like these. The question is, have Mango moved here too early? If they have, who is going to inherit this spot?
We also lost Strafing Flame out on this rotation. I told you, this is a relatively open platform. It's incredibly difficult to hold onto, and so many teams are going to be looking at it. SBI now, who have rotated across, allow Fnatic a chance to move.
Crazy Thieves and FaZe are fighting on the high ground, and FaZe will go down. Grow Gaming are out. They failed to make the rotation in time. Keenertrope still making it in. FYR Strays, they've got a spot. Oblivion have no place to be right now and are going to be forced out of the scaffolding right into the line of sight of FYR.
And it's not like they have a Valk to be able to get out of there. We're going to have to use whatever we can do, Blinkster, Portal, anything, but we have to worry about that high ground where Team Mango, that duo, is still alive.
Keenertrope has just gone down, and we're going to see how Oblivion are approaching this next fight.
Do not peek, do not do anything. We're good. Yeah, full running. They're vaporizing. Chill.
No.
Okay, wait, chill. Are they still there? Yeah. One team's still here. One team's still here. You should 3-minute slide and kill them, no?
No, let them keep their fucking safe.
We just need kills. Yeah.
By the time we have good kills, we can play for placement right now.
Yeah, I am 40% till fucking 0, okay? Okay, we just go late, yeah?
And we literally go late and we grief these
Okay, listen, we go late and then we just play on the on the gun and we take like up to whatever it is. Yeah, and then we just kill them underneath when they cross.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
No, if they set up across, we're gonna die. We need to go when they cross. Because it takes 20 seconds to cross.
Those are the difficult, tense decisions that Oblivion are making right now. Do they go for the KP? Do they play for the placement? You hear their call to go for late, but late is a risk as well. Aurora fighting for their lives on this low ground. They've got to be asking themselves the same question. How on earth do we get up to the next circle?
Well, Team Mango, the duo fell. 5 Fears moved into their position and Oblivion emerged. Now, know that you also have 5 Fears, Crazy Thieves, and Fire Strays looking at them, and they are just stuffing straight through Aurora. The combination of Oblivion. Oh, God, the Wumbo combo. Look, Dia, it's a good one.
FYR Strays, that is looking pretty good for them and not so good for Legacy. Jaguares has to back away and has no drone to go invisible for a little bit of safety. Instead, he's got to walk right into the line of sight of FYR Strays. As Cersei starts a portal to try and get the rest of his team to safety, he's going to go low. FYR are going to have to follow and Unlimit get this southern high ground for free.
And Unlimit are doing absolute work from the north. Another squad wipe. Down goes Oblivion. And notice, they've made it into the top 10 just from this game alone.
FYR make a cheeky play for the high ground, but that is spotted out instantly. Look at the kill feed. Yularaman lights it up to defend Unlimit.
I know Snipe back at the green room stressed because that man is crazy when it comes to clutching up. Yularaman is doing what he needs, but with 5 Fears on the low ground, all Crazy Thieves have to do is walk over and open season.
That is a good drill onto the Gibby bubble. Nothing you can do about that on the low ground. Nice Maggie ball as well, but it's all just harassment. This won't end up in kills unless you've got crazy nades as Jen Burton, and you can tell Crazy Thieves are running low on utility.
Well, Libel Ace has been found out by Unlimit. Fnatic will be out with a 5th place, so into the top 4 we go. Unlimit holding this pattern here on the other side with Crazy Thieves sharing 5 Fears on the low ground, and it's SBI, the solo, in the building across with the solo team.
Normally, Crazy Thieves and 5 Fears have the platform that should get you the end game, but because Crazy Thieves and 5 Fears are on the same platform and Unlimit are right next door, these 3 squads will have to share a lot of space. That might open the door for SBI to win the game just because nobody has the luxury of focusing on them.
Well, the best part about this is the Crazy Thieves, they've got Maggie. They also have Catalyst. They can drop a wall. They can cover themselves for a bit. But Unlimit have that hyper aggro comp right now. And I'm just looking at cooldowns, and we're moments away from getting that Maggie ball.
It might be the perfect opportunity if one member from SBI oversteps. I would love to see Unlimit attack the building with fervor because 5 Fears are not going to do anything for as long as they can manage. As this zone closes, it's all the squads on high ground that have the pressure put to them first.
Well, they're all staring at SBI for sure. Maybe we can do enough damage so when it pushes them straight out of the open, they can capitalize on it. We're already in double-digit kills for Unlimit, and we're just looking to pad our stats with this game. There goes the wall from Crazy Thieves.
And out goes the Valkyrie. We've got 5 Fears moving on up to the high ground. Crazy Thieves are trying to buy time. SBI and Unlimit looking straight at each other. But look at the cover that SBI have as this wall goes down. Crazy Thieves are getting landed on!
By 5 Fears, they're doing it. And now it's Verholst and Jen Burton just trying to make light work. They do exactly that. We need to pick Phony back on up, but the time is not. You hear the Maggie ball come in, and Unlimit is ready to let it fire.
Pieces looking for Crazy Thieves. Unlimit, they are caught in a 2-way battle, and SBI are creeping up on them.
Yularaman can only do so much. It's SBI who walk on over. All they have to do is clean it up, and then take the first game on World's Edge.
What an amazing finish by SBI. Finding that win. We talked about it earlier, how the platform was going to devolve into chaos. And SBI, they wait that out perfectly.
They really do, just by controlling the actual buildings on the opposing side of that platform bodes them so well. You start to think about, where do they start? They start in staging, so a quick rotation is necessary, but timing that is to perfection is just next level, because you had Legacy that was holding the high ground just south of them that could have pushed in at any time. But I do want to give my flowers to Fnatic. Libel Ace was a solo there in that top 5 situation, just trying to get as much placement as possible before SBI found them out.
And SBI's win does get them 18 points, but look at the performances out of Crazy Thieves and Unlimit. Unlimit with 13 kills this game, tying the 20 points from Crazy Thieves.
That's nice. That's a lot of points right there, Dia. I'm saying I love a good 8 to 10 point game as an average. So if you're going to have your top 3 grabbing 18, 20, and 20, you're point sponging the lobby, and not many other teams can get to that level of points I'm talking about. So Oblivion going out in 7th place there, you're going to walk away with double digits. But this is where they came alive. Better late than never, because this is how you qualify for those match point finals.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that E-District is not Unlimit's favorite map, but World's Edge, it has the benefit of being the most comfortable map for almost every team in Apex Legends.
That's absolutely insane. 13 kills in match number 4 for a massive game, but dang Dia. How is this even possible? Bring me the series results, because now we have Crazy Thieves after that performance inching closer to Legacy at.
Legacy, as you say, still large and in charge. Crazy Thieves are closing the gap, though. I think this was a really impressive game from them. Tough to close it out. There are a lot of ifs, could have been, what was, other things that people say, but Crazy Thieves, they, regardless of how much further that game may have gone, are really pushing towards the #1 spot. Legacy do have to work if they want to hold on to it. Oblivion also playing quite well. We noted them earlier. This was a tough zone close for them, as it was for so many. Then make their way down towards Wolves.
I mean, this is what they needed, right? I wasn't really going to mention them, because I feel like I just,
Unlimit, of course, you can see clearly have problems of their own. They need to get in zone, but can you really go through Legacy when they are on fire as they have been?
Like grinding, watching anime, or like Prison Break on phone. So like you said, Unlimit, they're actually going to.
He's locked in. I mean, all of them looking really cheerful. I want to say Jen's looking cheerful, but I feel like he always, that's his resting face.
It's just so and immediately and then Verhulst down on them, and they'll probably have an EMP
Legacy
locked and ready to
also
go for this fight as well.
Having a good time. We did mention their nature is a pretty emotional squad, and it's working out well for them right now. They've got 2 games left to go on World's Edge. 2 games left to, I want to say, secure their spot in the grand finals, but really it's more about deciding, as you said earlier, who else they want to be competing with on Sunday.
And I think that's one of the scariest things. Once you get to a certain level of points in Elan round 2, I'm not saying you're going to throw your game to make sure a certain team doesn't make it, but we definitely have seen something of that nature before. Now, Legacy is directly behind us, so we get to witness a lot of those celebrations live here, and it's been crazy, guys. But there's so much more action to be had here in the Daiwa House previous dome. We are just getting started, baby, but there's 2 more matches left to go to decide match point finals. And Sharky falls really low, forced to expend the ultimate to try and push that aggressive.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Inside the Grimace Dome.
Yeah. Yeah. 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスター・ビーンじゃなくてマスター・ヨーダーえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対東京来てよかったね俺からなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ちなれ虫型街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で道の猛作パタヤでも忙しそうな後藤さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるにルランド俺たちのビーフピースタン
奥足りにバイトするからゆっくり巻いてゆっくり巻いて今ロゴ出た3位3位奥3人踏んでる左側のパンチ3人踏んでる今バイトしてるかも
左バイトしてる
ロゴ見て
これさ多分左が有利
今ロゴ2個出た
左めっちゃローやってやった
これ
やれ
ノックラノックラ
ラスト1枚
ノックラノックラノックラ
イージーだねこれ
And those celebrations are just getting started. We've been seeing some happy faces all day here in the bracket stage at the Year 5 ALGS Champs live from Sapporo. And I want to give a huge shout out to our crowd that has been here with us since I'm at least like 5, 6 a.m. A lot of people lining up early to get the best seats in the house in front of their favorite teams to cheer them home on Sunday.
Quick reminder that on Sunday we are sold out. That is a full house that we've got here to celebrate the best Apex Legends in the world, and we are getting closer and closer to that with every match. SBI's win last game, incredibly impressive, and now with only 2 games left to go on World's Edge, what for half of these teams will be their final 2 games of the tournament. I want to say, Tiff, the stakes keep getting higher, but I don't know how much higher they can go.
They just keep on moving. Might as well chill out like Mirage. Find yourself in a hot tub. We know Vicky likes to cast from the hot tub every time on remote shows, but we can't unfortunately do that here on land. Instead, we get to get crazy out here in the snow, and of course, with SBI as they start their journey off here on match number 5 from staging. Now, with where the circle is pulling, we don't know yet, but I'm feeling really nice about it so far.
Nice thing is that SBI can find out. I'm really happy to see Mitarashi back on Watson. It's been a really interesting journey for SBI. I was talking to you earlier at this tournament about how SBI, I felt, were really underperforming in the group stage because I feel, having watched their performance in scrims, that they have something really special going on. Mitarashi is a fantastically talented anchor. Mike is super aggressive, and of course, Egoist has the ability to IGL at an extremely high level, but we saw that their Watson comps, their more defensive comps, were actually working against them in groups that tend to be a lot more kill heavy. It's interesting to see that in Elim round 1, they then chose to thrive with a really aggressive composition, switching off the Watson, switching off the anchors entirely, and now in Elim round 2 are starting to go back to it. Maybe in preparation for finals, now that they've won a game, are feeling a little bit more secure. But we can't get into their heads.
Yeah, it's really tough, but you have to be able to flex and think on your feet, especially in the group stages when you're finding your gearing, your footing against all of these teams that are also still scrambling and trying to get equally comfortable, so that in your hopes, when you move into the bracket stage, that you just smooth through and you get to Sunday. But if you find yourself here in Elim round 2 and you started your journey in Elim round 1 hours ago, the fatigue starts to set in, the mental, it's tough to maintain that. But when you go ahead and you net yourself a win, of course, in match number 4, the last 2 games, you just have to take it home. And think of their earlier series, Dia. They did win that first game. They had a couple games where it just wasn't that great, but then they brought it home in the final one, and it was enough to get them through it.
It has been an incredible comeback day for SBI fans, and I'm really, really happy to see this roster actually having the performance that, based on, again, their scrims, their preparation, they deserve. They are making moves in Elim round 2. It is looking like they are going to make it, but these next 2 games will really determine that for sure. SBI a whole lot safer than some other squads. Grow Gaming slipping down the standings. Ninjas in Pajamas, Unlimit, Fnatic, and SAUL already inside the top 10 right now, but their spots very insecure with the Wolves creeping up behind.
Well, we did just have a look at Yuka, and you saw just how locked in he was. A bubble team currently in 9th place with 23 points. A ton of fans here supporting Fnatic. You can see Yuka F, take my energy. Hashtag FNC win. You know what, Yuka F? Take my energy too. Take it all, get yourself off the fringe and well into the confines of the top 5 so we can see you at yet again another match point finals tomorrow.
know a lot of fans will be very excited about that. You can see the orange lights in the crowd to give you a bit of an idea of how many people would be losing their minds at a Fnatic appearance in Match Point Sunday. But we're going to be losing somebody. VK Gaming currently in a very precarious position. FaZe Clan, Seriale, and Citadel all increasingly unlikely to make it. Nothing's impossible in Apex Legends. Nothing's impossible in 6 games when you just have to reach the top 10. But unlikely, Tiff, those odds are increasing.
They really are. Let's get back into match number 5 as we inch closer towards the south yet again. This time, it's not Thermal Station. It actually intersects above launch site. So teams like Boogie Boarders, Ninjas in Pajamas, FYR Strays, we're feeling pretty good, even Fnatic and Oblivion.
Aurora have ring console. Citadel, funnily enough, in Lava Siphon have ring console. Remember that they first rounded Lava Siphon, a fantastic place to play zone from. They have a zone on top of them. They have ring console, and they are negative rotating because Citadel do not just need placement points, they need kills. And those so often are found on the edge of the ring where they could run into Aurora.
Friendly reminder, y'all, that 10th place position held by S8UL is 21 points. That means Aurora needs 2 good fights just from this game alone. If they're not getting placement points, that would push them in. And then, of course, you have to start preying on the downfall of teams that are ahead of you, and that's really tough to do. We've seen how that works. You can never count anyone out when it comes to the last 2 games in a series. It comes down to the finest margins, tiebreakers earlier on. It's not what you want to place your bets on.
Crazy Thieves, one of those teams that is pretty comfortable, pretty locked in right now, are caught in between a couple of squads. VK Gaming and Seriale both moving down through the Lava Siphon and Harvester side respectively, with 5 fears on the back of Crazy Thieves, and all out in the open. It would seem like a risky spot. It would seem like a position where you'd get caught on rotation, but the Crazy Thieves seem comfortable waiting for other squads to rotate ahead of them, holding this awkward position for a little while, even on white shields, and then making their move patiently.
Good check-in here with Grow Gaming. 6th place, respectively. They grab that scan. They find 12 neighboring enemies, and it allows them time to keep moving towards the tree. Now, do you carve up towards the Harvester side, or do you actually go all the way down south? For me, I'm going to feel more comfortable rotating down towards the tree on that low ground, but you have to hedge your bet for that next circle pop. Are we pulling into Lava Siphon itself, or do we back on down to launch?
Yeah, I mean, even FYR Strays in tree could get kind of lucky if we end up going out towards the bridge that connects Lava Siphon and Tree/Thermal. Right now, it's anyone's gain who is going to make it, who will not. As we mentioned, Grow Gaming not quite secure in their position, but you can see how tight the margins are to make it into the top 10 at 21 points. I mean, I've seen teams easily crush 21 points in a single win.
I'm not sure what the largest game that we've seen of this tournament thus far is, but I know we've hit 30. So, you're not out just yet. But for Seriale, they've made it to the low ground, and Libel Ace extends out. Do we see him actually dive on down to finish it? But keep your eyes on Kenotrope out towards the left. You can't full send the low ground unless you're prepared to deal with a third party.
As Fnatic actually send Libel Ace down.
Sir,
third party.
You won!
Well, I can't believe he got. Did he get back up? Did he fall? I think he fell.
He's down. He's on the ground, and it's Kenotrope from the bridge who are now getting punished by the Mango. Team Mango, who are on the fringe as well, needing a couple of fights to get themselves into a safer position.
It's a really awkward position for Fnatic. They could drop down. They could risk it. But Kenotrope are looking right at this. A smoke from Yuka F makes it a little bit easier. You'd like to do some damage, but I think unfortunately for them, you don't really have a choice. Like you say, this is your Valkyrie that is on the ground right now, and they are expending ultimates. Yuka is forced to buy time. You said he was locked in. He's got to be super locked in to make recoveries like this happen for Fnatic.
Well, you have to expend so many resources, right? But you know what? Libel's on his feet. He's back up on the top, and Team Mango moving onto the bridge allowed this to happen for Fnatic.
Really nice pickup for Team Mango, who have also really stepped it up today. They're currently just below the top 10. But that doesn't seem to bother them one bit. Team Mango have had confidence, even with the lackluster group stage.
Oh!
Last member of Keenatrop found by Strafing Flame, but he's not taking the 1v1 alone just yet. Gonna swing on this with a little bit of help from his friends and end up finding the end of Keenatrop Gaming.
Power of friendship goes hard here in Apex Legends, that's for sure. And I love that we do have the catalyst on Team Mango. It allows us to reinforce these doors that have been broken out and chase and return back towards the bridge. Now, you can play from this position well into the next circle. And for the teams that are still coming from the north, we can just gatekeep and take all of those kills. For now, Fnatic may be difficult to move upon, but once you have that wall, it'll provide you cover. However, think of the timing.
Much like last game, our first two squads to fall are squads that are in the bottom 10. Keenatrop Gaming and Seriale, their matches are getting extremely hard, or rather, I should say their matches. They have a single one left to play to bridge the gap between where they currently lie and 10th place. SAUL moving down through tree, a squad to keep your eyes on. Notably, they are not inside of second and even third ring, something that is very unusual for this team that normally makes quick rotations, quicker than anyone else into zone 3.
And we were talking about what that circle was going to look like. Would it pop down towards launch site? Instead, it goes up towards Lava Siphon. So for those teams that were going on that southern side, truly will have to go through SBI, Boogie, or they have to fight their way through Wolves and Fire Strings.
FaZe Clan and Crazy Thieves fighting up north is interesting on its own, but take a look at Unlimit moving up behind them as well. Legacy negative rotating. That we are definitely going to get a clash of at least 3 squads in the northern side if this continues going as it is. But right now, the focus really lying on those squads from Tree that are going to have to adapt in the next couple of minutes. Team Mango, who, as we said, took out Keenatrop earlier. Grow Gaming, who are currently in Tree. And we saw SAUL rotate through here earlier. It is all about hitting Tree real quick and getting out of there as fast as possible, because Central Lava Siphon is where the game is ending.
And you have to think about it this way. Aurora and Oblivion have been here since pretty much the start of match number 5. I don't know what their economy looks like, but at least I do see some blue shields. But we cannot have that many goods because you haven't taken any real fights. And with VK Gaming situated across from Aurora, it's not like we can extend out to take some of these neighboring areas.
The Crazy Thieves rotation to avoid FaZe Clan has taken them right into the line of sight of Citadel Gaming and Legacy from behind. None of these teams too keen to fight just yet. Even Crazy Thieves disengaging out towards the eastern side. Nobody wants to take a straight 3v3 if they can help it. In real Apex, in professional Apex Legends, a fair fight is the last thing you want.
Oh, you want to skew it in your favor all day. The timing, you watch the kill feed, you see how many knocks are on the other side, and then you push. For FaZe and Unlimit, well, they're brawling, and they're brawling at Harvester. Here comes the EMP. Maggie Ball in the back pocket there for Yulari, man. And of course, we do have the Ash Portal if we need a sudden dash away. And so far, everything is just burning. FaZe, Cinetic, low on health, and it's Nags, the fuse pick here, coming on through, and we are just full sending the chaos straight to Exuvi.
Exuvi doesn't even go down to the knuckle clusters, crazily enough, hits another silence, but there are so many grenades coming out of Nags' face right now. Citadel are fighting Crazy Thieves on the other side, so while FaZe and Unlimit take a breather, eastern side of this ring is lighting up. Unlimit do find that first knock in this fight, taking down Nags, taking down Cinetic. That is 2 for them, leaving just 1 member of FaZe standing.
You have to imagine, where did Zane go? You see him right there, Mango just ahead of them, and it's Grow Gaming who have now taken the bridge from where Team Mango were. Elsewhere, the Crazy Thieves have met their match, are not going to make their way into Lava Siphon.
Eliminated too early, but the good news for them is that they don't have to worry as much as other squads that might fall here. Ninjas of Pajamas, as an example, would certainly be nervous should the next couple of minutes have their end in it. Couple more nades going to be collected for Vayne. Those nades, important utility for later fights, especially in endgame, with frags being a really critical way to siege high ground that Ninjas and Pajamas are going to have to do if they keep playing low ground like this.
You can just see them scouting out for now. Zane also evicted from the lobby, and FaZe will have 1 more match to try to procure themselves into top 10, but they only have 8 points.
Mythic Crate for Oblivion, going to be a big boost, especially because there is a counter pull on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, as Wolves Esports take a Valkyrie to try and relocate in the zone a little further up north. The Ring has counter pulled us all the way down to the south tip of Lava Siphon.
Well, Wolves are going to pick a fight here with Aurora, and mind you, they are on the bubble, 20 points, and they need to move up. Aurora, they're on 17. So these are must-win situations for both of them. And at this point, you can't afford to go down now. You can't afford to push a fight and know that VK Gaming's at your back.
Top left of the screen, exactly the counter pull that I was talking about. Even teams like Fnatic do not have this information just yet. Playing the center of Lava Siphon, they want to remain as flexible as possible. Flexible in this game is going to mean that you take fights, something that Fnatic do fantastically, especially in APAC North. We'll see if when the pressure is really to them now, when they are one placement off of not making it into the grand finals, whether that gets to them or not. I don't know.
Well, let's see what Five Fears can do. Another Valkyrie. Welcome to Lava Siphon. I hope you're enjoying the view. There's not a lot of placement left available for you, and they are forced to drop down, barricade themselves inside, but thankfully Aflo has the Gibby bubble. But if I'm going straight underneath all of the craziness here, you've got Oblivion, you've got Fire Strays, and you still have Grow Gaming at your back looking for positioning.
I really wouldn't have minded if Five Fears tried to play the truck right now, especially because they have a Watson that can make playing the truck so much safer. They've got a Gibraltar as well to bunker down. Playing underneath this building right now, well, it does give you some...
Let's check that. Here. Let's go there. Let's scan this area.
Someone.
Yeah.
I'm watching our stairs the entire time, okay?
Yes, peek. Hey, come on. Hey.
Deeper, got it, we're good. Good? Yeah, we're good. They're just playing below.
Oh, I can hear myself.
No, I can hear her. I can hear her. Say something again.
Hey, Dia. It's
Yeah.
割り切って割り切ってくれ割り切ってくれゆっくりゆっくりゆっくりやりやすいやりやすいよやりやすいやりやすいよ打って打って打ってマジで打ってゆっくりゆっくり俺巻いてる俺巻いてる上様ゆっくりゆっくり俺の子マジ強いで待ってる待ってるゆっくりゆっくりやれやれやれいけるぞいけるぞ
ALGS champs, thank you so much for being patient with us. You know, we had a little bit of an audio issue, but the one really cool thing about that, Dia, is how crazy this stadium got when Unlimit took that victory. I'm pretty sure their cheers were heard miles away and may have shook the floor.
It is a surreal thing to hear nothing but the sound of the crowd roaring for Fnatic and then subsequently for Unlimit as they took the victory. And I mean, really impressive game from Unlimit. Can I just say, man, does Yuka live up to the hype though? Taking a look at that final circle, what you just barely miss is the Kraber shot he had on the only Gibraltar in the lobby, completely changing the course of that game as it went from 5 Fears having a chance at winning to 5 Fears struggling to stay on their feet for a second more. Fnatic played a pivotal role in that end game, and it has earned them a spot, at least for now, in the top 10 as they move on up to 9th. But those margins, they are thin, Tiff.
They are so thin, and we've been having these magic numbers the past couple of days, and we're saying, oh, it's 90, it's 95. Well, let me just tell you, there's one thing about Sapporo right now is that we are raising the stakes. So I don't feel comfortable with a 28, with a 35, especially with Fire Strays there in 11th place with 26. Unlimit, though, after the back of the win, should be feeling really nice. Oblivion as well. And although Crazy Thieves went down earlier on in that prior match, we're still well into the top 5.
Unlimit really impressing with the transition now onto World's Edge. They and SBI are 2 winners so far. Who will be our third? We have teams hurting for wins, from FYR Strays all the way down to Kenotrope. A win is almost necessary to move yourself into the top 10. And then, of course, you've got VK Gaming, FaZe Clan, Seriale, and Citadel, for which a win will not suffice. You need something more like a miracle.
You need a miracle run, and if there's better time to have it, it is now. Match number 6 on the horizon for Elimination Round 2. It's do your best or go home.
Our final game on World's Edge. And this time, we will be seeing no Valkyrie. So when you think of panic buttons, when you think of safety, we haven't got Caustic to make you safer. We haven't got Newcastle to give you a place to hide. We haven't got Alter to give you an escape. We haven't got Rampart to bunker you down. And we haven't got Valkyrie to forgive your rotations. All these choices eliminated, and it is going to come down to aggression, great positioning, great rotations, and the best Apex Legends you have ever played to move yourself into the grand finals.
Well, let's get loud, baby. It's time to lock it in. Our legends are in the dropship. The feet are on the ground, and we are poised to make a comeback run if you're outside the top 10. You said it, Dia. I'm looking for Fire Strays. I'm looking for S8UL. And the Wolves, who have been at the door alongside the prior winning champs team. 2 of the 3 members on Aurora looking to run it back. But for now, they're at the risk of relegation.
You posed this question earlier, Tiff. Where exactly is our number for the highest points scored in a game so far? It is 31 points so far in this tournament, as scored by Alliance. This was scored on day number 1. And here on day number 3, even that number, even a little bit lower, would move you from 20th place to at least 10th right now. So we could set some records. We could break some hearts. But right now, it is the teams in the top right-hand corner that are really in the most danger because they don't need a big breakout game. They just need a good one, and even that can feel so far out of reach. Aurora want to take matters into their own hands by full sending it on the Boogie Boarders, but the Boogie Boarders, they're wise. They know what's up.
Boogie Boarders started stacks. Aurora, they get Big Mod. Both teams that are at risk. They need to win this fight. Now, if you're Boogie Boarders, do you stay? Do you take this early engagement against Aurora? Or do you back on off, try to bode them out of Big Mod, out of this cover? Because fights in here cannot be the best. But when you look at where you need to go, this is one of those pathways that choke just above Big Mod into Geyser that a lot of teams like Ninjas in Pajamas might actually rotate up into.
And remember, we've seen a zone like this just earlier today. Taking a look at where VK Gaming are positioned right now, just outside Overlook, that's a good spot. But Legacy, rotating down from Climatizer, they can have a lot of high ground accessible to them as well. This isn't one zone, it isn't one and done. But as a general rule, having high ground near and around Overlook tends to be a game-winning position. We'll see what counter pulls we have, but I'd like to see teams prioritize that more than just VK Gaming.
There's only one thing I learned from watching Star Wars, and it was that high ground is good. It is.
If there's one lesson you should take away from Star Wars, yeah, it's high ground is good, and I don't know, there's something else. I think there's a moral lesson in Star Wars somewhere, but I can't quite...
Didn't learn it. Didn't learn it. That's all I know is Apex and high ground and 5 Fears, Wolves, VK Gaming are going to be early adapters to this. Now, Team Mango, of course, where they land in Landslide is one of the easiest to loot POIs. You don't really get a whole lot, but your job is to get out of dodge, get your kills, and keep on moving. And speaking of kills, Crazy Thieves have already expended a lot. We've used a Maggie Ball, we've dropped a wall, and now it's time to get active.
With Crazy Thieves, they are one of the lower stakes teams in this lobby. They're already sitting in 4th place. They are already pretty safe.
Oh my God,
but the Boogie Boarders, that's simply not true of them. 15th place right now and down 1 with Citadel needing every single point possible.
And they've moved on in. Ninjas in Pajamas are here as well. It's an all-out brawl in the south. And for Citadel, you need a miracle. And you've got Remix down on the ground, and it's Zuni and Kaiser, and they're trying to run. Kurev with the bow check from afar grabs another. We need a Hail Mary recovery.
To be honest, I think you're getting out of here right now. SAUL, they found a member of Cereale. Not a bad spot for them, but if you're Citadel, you're looking towards the recovery. You're looking to rotate south, negative rotate as far as you can, stay out of sight. The same as I imagine Cereale are doing as they look for a respawn of their own.
Yeah, but Countdown is just so dangerous right now. Cereale lands in Countdown. Keenatrope from Lava Fissure and AUL have already rotated throughout this, but they have to keep on moving towards the east. But this land right here, north of Landslide, is so open, so dangerous, and we gotta get through it. We don't have Valk. We just gotta keep running.
SAUL seem to have made it with relative safety. Surprised not to see more Gibbies, but I think for teams like SAUL, the Catalyst being picked up is sort of serving that purpose. It may not be the completely bulletproof dome that Gibby puts down, but it's a lot more flexible and it can really get you to a good end game. Team Mango do find a knock on Yuka. Looks like No Name's not having a good time either as the Crazy Thieves take a chunk out of them.
And this is exactly what's going to happen for this end game as everyone has looked to move in. Sure, we talk about the high ground with the rocks, the Bridge of Death from earlier, but it's so open that the triple take, the G7 Scout, the bow check are going to be your worst nightmare. You will hear those shots in your sleep tonight if you're not in match point finals tomorrow.
Nice patience out of Jen Burton. Just uses the drill to reposition folks directly into the line of sight of his bow check. It's really tricky to siege this truck, though, especially without expending nades. Take a look at the top of your screen. Citadel Gaming, a much-needed recovery, have picked up their full squad again.
Huge. They did that just south of Lava Siphon, so they'll have to filter through Harvester, but they're not going to be alone elsewhere. Aurora in the south, they're waiting. They're chasing it. They're going for it.
Really nice evac tower to get everyone out to safety for right now. Hiarka leads the charge, however, moving on through Lava Siphon and up towards the top end of it. Nobody else in their path. Citadel Gaming appear to have gotten out without too much trouble, and Aurora are not looking to extend the fight. Again, you don't want to be in a position where you are chasing, where a trap can be set for you.
Well, that 10-point margin is still 29. Keep your eyes on it. Elsewhere, we did see Yuka F get reset from Fnatic in the center, and Crazy Thieves have set their sights on the trucks. Wolves Esports have fallen. They are outside the top 10, and their journey into finals has ended.
That siege took so long as well. It was an exceedingly painful bleeding out of Wolves in the truck. And a lot of other teams sat by and watched it happen, knowing that the same or worse could happen to them soon. Crazy Thieves secure their position with not just the kills, but in this ring, perhaps a chance at victory. And Cereale, who have almost made a full recovery, still find themselves down 1. Ein has fallen, and Unlimit are gatekeeping them in Skyhook.
All we're trying to do is get on out. Another member of Cereale is actually over in Epicenter. So we have placed our bets on just moving, and Ayanaga ripped down from Peace. Unlimit knows no bounds when it comes to trying to ruin the dreams of others. Now, mind you, off that win, they found themselves in a safe position, but this is where they can focus on sending people home.
The points really matter for Unlimit, though. Their journey is one towards first place, and they are quickly catching up to Legacy, just 1 point behind them. If Unlimit can walk out of here with first place, not only will they be very happy, I will too. Boogie Borders take their fight. Seems to work well up against Kinetron.
Oh my god! Well, you said we needed a miracle, and they're going to drop a path, a rev, a Bangalore, and just get aggro. Lace was talking to Metro earlier. He's down on the ground, and Rocky's just trying to connect it. But Panna, thank God, the reliable. You know how SpongeBob opens it up? He's got the little net. That's what I think of when I see the alternator.
Tiff, we need like a 30-point game, and we are running Wingman boat check.
You gotta do what you gotta do, Tia, okay? They are working through things here. They're currently situated in 15th place, and they are inching closer, 12 away from where Team Mango lies in 10th.
Boogie Borders have walked right into Citadel as well. It is a 3-team fight that Boogie Borders do not want to be a part of anymore.
Oh my gosh. We just got to reset it. Now we're over here by Landslide, these tunnels. We're just getting messy. Okay, Citadel. Now, you have to dive back into the tunnel because you have Unlimit, who is still, you're right, looking for the best seed possible when it comes to that POI draft for finals. Because not only is the confidence of taking the first place in Elimination Round 2, but you are vying for the best POIs tomorrow, your best chance at hoisting that trophy.
Talk about reset. Cereale just pulled off one of their own. All 3 members back in the game, if not the most comfortable spot in zone, while Grow Gaming, exceedingly comfortable over here in Monument, are making sure that, unfortunately, Cereale don't get a moments of rest.
They are just trying to play Apex Legends here. They are just trying to get into Sunday's lobby. And now, even after a small reset, they've got EMPs that are dropping onto their face. A nice moment to try and connect there with the Seer Q. And Ayanaga is looking to locate Grow Gaming, but it's Noct who gets the finishing touches. They're down to a duo, but the banner is recovered, and they are sent packing yet again. We want to be back to a full 3, but we need kills, we need points, we need a miracle.
We need to rip another respawn beacon. There are going to be none left on the map by the time Cereale are done. Great presence of mind by Grow as well. You could really tell they are dialed into their macro and their micro.
Unlimit are the real menaces of their region right now. They're causing some pain for Cereale. And as they move forward, we get back to the coveted building of so many streamers. We find some semblance of stability here. We'll find a little area of pocket where we won't take ring damage before we can guarantee that we have to keep pulling towards the north, Dia. And I'm scared to say, bounce backs are crazy.
This is really not a bad rotation. I love the way that Unlimit are using the Ash Portal, getting themselves from place to place, now cutting off Boogie Borders again. It is just Metro alive, and if Boogie Borders go out now, they will not make the finals.
One of our youngest players to grace the stage here. That is where you have to focus, because it's tough, right? Especially for some of our most seasoned competitors to find yourself in a position like this. He's smiling. He's like, this is just a mess.
I mean, he's the only Revenant on the stage. How could he not be having fun?
I mean, sure, you've got to do what you got to do. We need 13 more points to hit 10th place. It's not impossible, but we need the full full team of 3.
Fnatic, who have that luxury, and even more than that, a spot in the next ring. Feeling pretty darn good. At least with this Watson gen. They don't really have to worry about being pushed, but what I would start worrying about is their rotation, and that's ultimately going to be up to Libel Ace. Where on Limit, I think they try and keep as many thoughts out of their mind as possible. It is slay, slay, slay with them, and it works out as 2-3 members of Citadel fall to Unlimit.
Oh my god, the first pick onto Lava Siphon does them no good here in World's Edge as they are out. They will not be playing tomorrow. And set your sights as Sorale falls to Boogie Borders Metro. He finds a few, and Aurora are being blazed down by a Team Mango who need as many points as possible too.
Aurora, our winners in Sapporo last year, do not make the finals. Shut down at 14th in elimination round 2.
If that doesn't tell you how difficult this tournament run has been for some of our craziest competitors, that very much should. They can't even defend the title. But set your sights to Team Mango, Strafing Flame, Easy Flash, and Crumbs. This is vital for them. They are the one that everyone is looking to knock out.
FYR Strays have fallen at 11th. Boogie Borders go down. We are dropping teams in the bottom 10. Everyone in the top 10 is still up.
So think about it this way. Mango is that benchmark, right? SAUL, they're in 12th. They're 5 points away from this. But if I'm Oblivion, I would just start trying to survive. You're well enough into that top 3. You're great. Same with Crazy Thieves at this point. We get Jen back up on his feet, and we have to stabilize out onto the east, but the chaos is for the Mangoes.
Crow go down. That is our first team in the top 10 to have fallen, but Crow are pretty darn safe so far. Maybe Team Mango can secure their spot a little bit more with just the KP that they've got, but their 10th place has not gotten that much safer. Crazy Thieves playing defense on the low ground, have Jen Burton, who needs to anchor for the squad, ends up throwing out the Riot Shrill, dealing a lot of damage over time to anybody who chooses to step up. But a nicely placed nade denies them the res on Phony. Crazy Thieves are not being given a minute of reprieve. They have to earn it.
You saw a small pip there. That circle is going to be dangerous with 5 fears already well inside it. They're in 5th place overall, so it's not like they have to worry too much about falling out. There's still a pad here, but for the Team Mango, they are not safe. They are the ones that everyone is challenging for, and it's Easy Flash, the last standing member who must survive against Oblivion and instead are sent into Abyss.
The line right now is 32 points. SAUL, the closest squad, at 26 right now. And as you mentioned with the map, SAUL are mighty close to the next zone. 5 fears will not make it. Another team in the top 10 falls. But SAUL, they have got to be the team that we are looking to make their qualification run happen.
And if you are Team Mango, you are sitting there inside your booth, a stage, a huge crowd surrounding you, and you are preying on the downfall
SBI.
elsewhere. SBI Esports have fallen, 9 teams remaining, and Fnatic holding steady here against the teams in front of them. Monsoon down, Monsoon out, and it's Libel and Colonel Garcia. The Fringe, they're holding steady. They're even taking down Ninjas in Pajamas.
Crazy Thieves fall, Fnatic go down. Their position tenuous at best. Ninjas in Pajamas fighting VK Gaming, and they will fall. VK Gaming climb to 15th.
But SAUL is still alive. They have officially tied Team Mango in terms of points. And now, if they can just make it one more place, one more kill, Team Mango will not be able to play tomorrow.
Legacy now forfeiting their first place spot. Unlimit have moved up, and VK Gaming may be moving down. VK have fallen. They will not be joining us in match point finals. There is one more team. It is FaZe on the low ground who look to be shut down. Nags gets slid on by Unlimit, the Grim Reapers of the lobby.
And they have now bested into 72 points, but SAUL, who needed a miracle, who needed a run, have found themselves 37 points into 10th place as FaZe Fnatic has been found. You set your sights onto the final boss of of our lobby, Unlimit.
SAUL, who have just made their way up to 10th, and Unlimit, who have made their way up to 1st. It's been a massive climb for both teams in very different ways. SAUL, they get their crown, they get their flowers, but it's Unlimit at the top of the leaderboard who have really put their signature on this lobby.
They truly have, but I love that SAUL is using this to set the trap, right? We're moving out, we're taking space, we're looking for information, and Legacy just needs, and same with Sharky, the Bocek, a couple of 98s, but Jesco on the front line. You can see as he loses, he has to have a shield back, but is there time, is there coverage from Legacy and Sharky?
Jesco's been pushed down off the high ground. Again, these Ash portals, the creative use of them by Unlimit, the coordinated use has unleashed them onto the map. Yulariman, star of Unlimit. Their spearhead is going to move on forward. Alternator in hand. He may be able to win this for them, but Xuvia is down on the high ground. This has gotten much more complicated. SAUL's defense is an iron curtain, and Yulariman swings it, finding one, but going down himself. It's just up to Peace.
He dropped down and trying to give the knockdown shield, but it's the P2020s, and actually, it is Peace. It is Peace trying to keep it, but it's SAUL who had to clutch up when it mattered most to stamp their ticket into the match point finals tomorrow, and they do it with a Game 6 win here.
SAUL start this match saying their prayers, and they end it accomplishing their dreams. This is going to be a finals appearance for one of the most highly rated teams coming out of APAC South this tournament. They have played out of their minds in the group stage, and they have suffered constant setbacks in the elimination stage, not letting that shake them. This Game 6, this was the stuff of miracles, Tiff.
It is 9:45 p.m. here in Japan, and these boys have been playing all day. We talk about fatigue. I mentioned it earlier, Dia, but this shows you that you are never out. You still have a chance, and if you can take it in game number 6 and you can qualify tomorrow, now you know what? What's left to do? Win, hoist a trophy, write yourselves back into the history books. I just gotta say, welcome back to a finals lobby, Sharky.
That's very true. He's very at home here. It's a really nice finish for SAUL, and you know they put their heart and soul into this. This was a two-sided story, though. We were watching SAUL climb the leaderboards, make their way into 10th, and ultimately clutch the win. I also was watching this game and thinking about Unlimit, their climb all the way to the top of the leaderboards. It is SAUL, yes, who win the game, but Unlimit, 13 kills this game, 22 points, the most in the lobby. They were unleashed. They are kaijus on this stage.
Okay, so we gotta find a defense force, and I guess that's SAUL here today. But Yulariman there, 19 kills, Peace 15 kills, and there's your series results, your top 10 that will be advancing on to the match point finals lobby tomorrow. SBI Esports, 39 points. Dia, weren't we talking about those numbers, the cutoffs? 39 is so high!
It is, it's always been, in this particular championship, so much higher than we expect. The level of competition that we have seen keeps defying expectations, and SBI making that cutoff. I mean, we talk about Unlimit, I couldn't be happier for them. SBI, I feel much the same way. Their group stage was so difficult, and genuinely, as a fan, I was starting to lose hope, but they show up, and in back-to-back elimination rounds, they make me rethink what this SBI roster can do.
Dia, this is it. We have our 20 teams that are going to be playing to cement themselves in ALGS history, and it's been an absolute blast commentating these games alongside of you as our fans that are still here in the Daiwa House Primus Dome celebrating, making sure that they give their thanks, they give their support to the teams. Thank you so much for staying here alongside us. It gives us energy, it gives the players energy, and I cannot believe that this is it. It feels like we just got here, Dia.
Yes. Yes, and in a weird way, it has been very little time, and it's even less until we crown a champion. These big games, in some ways, are just stepping stones, and they are huge ones. Are just stepping stones, and they are huge ones. But to hoist the trophy, you have so much more to do. A big thank you to the 20 teams, of course, that have qualified to tomorrow, and to the 20 that we have now let go in our search for a champion.
And of course, Monsoon back in the match point finals lobby as well with Oblivion. We've got the #1 Oblivion fan right above us as well. Desk, I know you guys have got a lot to break down, so I'm going to send it over to y'all and stop yapping.
Tiff, Dia, fantastic job closing us out of our Elimination Round 2 series. And our top 20 teams are now set for tomorrow. And I'm just going to start this conversation off with the winner of that series, because we talked about them at halftime. We were questioning, can they do it? What's going on in the first half of the series? I mean, this isn't the team that we saw out of group stage. And I am, of course, talking about Unlimit, because they brought it back in the second half of the series, absolutely smashed their performance. And you can see the literal night and day difference here, Snipe, with what we got out of them.
Yeah, I was stressing having picked them early in the first half with E-District. They had to move across the map the entire time and just couldn't find their footing. But a third, a first, and a second, and look at the kills along the way. 13, 11, 13. What a dominating performance out of these guys. You can tell they just decided that it's kind of like what we talked to Crazy Thieves early on when they were doing support and they had the back-to-back wins. It's one of those where backs against the wall, do what we do best, slay out, take fights, and they did exactly that. It was kind of what we watched at a Legacy in the first half of the round right there, and then they took over in the second half. So wonderful performance out of them. I guess World's Edge is their map, so hopefully they get those kind of games going to the grand finals now.
Not only that, but the most insane support out of the crowd. Everyone loving the fact that Unlimit was finding their groove yet again in the later half of that series. And I think that's just lending itself to how insane it's going to be here when we hit match point finals tomorrow. Let's take a little bit more of a focus look down as we get to look at the individual level of success here. And we had to see what Ulariman was going to do with the stats at the end of the day. 67 kills, Jayhawk. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them going crazy in the group stage, so it's no surprise that he was going to be a contender there. But then obviously with those 3 games, like Snipe said, all double-digit kill games. I mean, Ulariman, even Snipe said at the Open, put up a 4K 20-kill game. We know that he has the talent. It was just a matter of, can they do it when it matters most in these bracket stages? It was getting a little bit dire there. I was starting to wonder, can they handle that pressure? But they were able to do it incredibly well.
Very, very impressive performance, obviously out of Ulariman, but the whole squad in general. I kind of want to get your thoughts on them and what type of threat they can pose in the lobby tomorrow, Grace.
I mean, we've seen what they can when they're actually fragging up, but we've also seen some holes in the armor, some chink in the armor, really. But if they can actually, you know, fix that out, I think that we could be looking at a potential top 5.
Love that. I love that. Well, let's take one more look at one final leaderboard for today as well. It's going to be our Red Bull First Strike leaderboard. Of course, if you're just joining us, that means those were those first team wipes at the beginning of our matches today. And at the very tippy top of that is Boogie Boarders. And that was a team we got to do an interview with Lace with. I mean, they had a really surprising performance, Jayhawk.
Absolutely, but when you're playing Pathfinder Revenant, I mean, those characters, you just want to jump on teams. So I'm not surprised that Boogie Boarders made their way up there. The aggression was on full display.
I mean, they absolutely crushed it. We'll get an opportunity to take a look at some of these first strike moments as well. And, you know, we were kind of wondering throughout the entire weekend, is this going to be indicative of a performance if you're able to get these early kills here, Snipe? And I think we saw a little bit of yes and no.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, I mean, getting that first slay in the lobby is going to bode well for your confidence. I mean, yeah. I think for Legacy specifically in this last series, getting those early picks, especially on a team like Unlimit, you know, they tracked them down, they fought them, and that really gave them momentum in those first. Honestly, one of the main things I'm noticing is teams are dominating on maps and then struggling on the other half of the map. We have Legacy who dominated E-District and then really had a very poor performance on World's Edge in general. They didn't get very many points. And then you have, you know, Unlimit who had, I think it had 3 points total going into the World's Edge matches. So I think tomorrow's going to be one of the most diverse map sets. We're swapping over and over and over.
Yeah.
We got more Olympus coming up because that map has only been showcased one time. So it's going to be very interesting to see the dynamic, and I think we're going to see the most well-rounded team come out with the win.
Well, you're talking about tomorrow. Let's start previewing it, okay? Let's talk about the teams that have made their way through to our match point finals, because we heard the casters talking about it. We're going to be talking about it. We have now whittled the competition down to the top 20 teams in the world, Grace.
I mean, that's the thing that we always like to, when you look at tournaments and LAN, you always look at who's going to host the trophy in general, right? But you have to remember, this is the current top 20 best team right now in the entire world. That's a huge achievement, and which is also so important why people always try to look at this is a finalist team because they're that good.
I mean, we were talking all weekend long about how this was going to end up. Couldn't really tell because everyone's performance throughout the whole weekend was really, really strong. And now we see just how stacked that lobby is. Jayhawk, give me your thoughts.
This LAN has been so competitive. Every single cutoff is getting crazy. I mean, we saw on the group stage what it was, the highest that we've ever seen a 21st place team place. And then all of a sudden, that was 39 points for 10th. This feels like we're about to go to a match point finals where we're not going to see one of those teams that dominates in 2 to 3 games to start off and is all of a sudden just going crazy. Even Snipe brought it up with the map changes where, okay, maybe somebody's good on one map, but then we're shifting over immediately to a different one, and now we're going to see a different team start. I think we could be in for a long Sunday tomorrow, and I'm so excited for that.
I know. I think everyone is just as excited as you are. It's going to be insane, especially with this this crowd. So, Snipe, give me your final thoughts before we close out the show.
I am just so pumped to see the kind of tournament we've had on display so far. Honestly, Fnatic and Unlimit making it is just one of the best storylines that you can ask, because we've talked about it before multiple times. You have kind of old gen with the Fnatic roster. Everyone's, you know, been like the #1 team in Japan. Now we have Unlimited who won the Pro League. It's just kind of new gen, old gen, and it's going to be interesting to see which one of those teams comes out on top. And personally, I would love to see how insane this crowd erupts if one of those teams specifically are able to take home and host that trophy.
It's going to be a really good day. And if you're wondering when all of this is going to be kicking off, let's take a look at the schedule so you can see exactly what and when to expect all of this match point finals action to occur, okay? Because it's going to be a day that you are not going to want to miss. Whether you are at home watching remotely or you're here with us in the venue, this is when you're going to be able to see everything starting. It's going to be 12 p.m. JST, okay? That's going to be obviously tomorrow, Sunday, January 18th, and make sure you check all those different time zone changes for, depending on your local time zone, for when everything is going to be starting, because it's going to be a very exciting day. And if you recall from last year, we had one of the most epic opening ceremonies that we could possibly have had to kick off our match point finals last year, which means, you know, of course, we had to do it big this year as well. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, we've got a little bit of a sneak peek prepared. Check it out.
Get the middle trigger finger, tap, jump, pot, up like oh, 10, not young, gunshot.
Just a little bit of a teaser, okay? If you want to see the whole thing, you're going to have to tune back in tomorrow, 12 p.m. JST, because when you do tune back in, the top 20 teams in the world will be fighting to etch their names in the history books. Will it be a repeat victor, or will a new team step up to the plate to grab the title and the glory? You're going to have to tune back in to see how all of it plays out. I know we're all excited, and we are all excited to see you back here joining us as well. For now, get some rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow, Legends.
The opportunity comes, you gotta be ready. Ready to go.
Yeah, you can't deny. Hard to defy. They think I've been in this my power limit. 100%. Ain't gonna lie. I'm a single love. Letting you know I am the king of the world and I sit on the throne. I'm in my zone. I'm in everything now. I'm gonna shoot for the stars. I'm a level up till all my enemies out. I came to the battle. So I'm a force. You can say I'm on the rise, but you're crazy if you think I'm ending my course. Ready to ride. I'm always like that. I'm loaded. I'm always ready to go. Push my mind. Don't need to get in the mood. Yeah, I'm coming for gold. I'm always ready.
This is the beginning of the end.
The beauty of the pressure.
This is the final 10 teams.
Finally, like, all the teams are very much on an equal plane.
クランクラン